Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll start finding your seats, we'll begin in about 1 or 2 minutes. I believe we're ready now. I'd like to call to order the Destin City Council meeting for August 15, 2016. I'd like to call the Reverend Neil Spencer to come up from Coastline Calvary Church, and if everyone will please stand who has been.
Good evening. Let's pray. Father God in heaven, Lord, I thank you so much for your grace and your mercy. Lord, that you've simply placed us in such a beautiful place on this Emerald Coast. Lord, as I look at the agenda that's before this council and tonight's meeting, Lord, I just come simply this evening and ask, Lord, that you'd give them your grace, your discernment, and your wisdom. Lord, to make good and best decisions for this city, for this area, for the citizens of this beautiful city of Destin. Lord, you say in your word that the wisdom that is from above is pure and peaceable and gentle, full of mercy and of good fruit and without hypocrisy. Lord, I pray tonight for that wisdom for this council. Lord, to the greatest degree possible, I pray that you'd help them to move forward in unity. And Lord, I thank you that this platform is a tremendous platform to serve you and to serve the citizens of Destin. Lord, I pray that you would bless their families, their personal welfare, and be gracious to all those who work in employment for this great city. Lord, we thank you for this time. We thank you for your blessing. We thank you so much for your grace. Lord, I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep standing. Mr. Marler, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Apologize for throwing you off on that. We had 2 pledges tonight, but there were so few of you in the first meeting that I felt we ought to do it again. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 5th, 2016?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion?
Second.
And I have a second? All those in favor, please vote aye. Or yes? Vote is unanimous. Minutes are approved. I'm going to go immediately into the public hearings. The first reading of ordinance 1614 LC amends the Destin Land Development Code. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
I will as soon as I get to it here. Ordinance number 16-14-LC by title is an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, relating to permitted uses within the Town Center Mixed-Use Zoning District, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for amendment of Land Development Code Section 7.12.06, zoning districts, Table 7-2, Table of Allowable Uses, to provide for other motor vehicle dealers as a conditional use within the Town Center Mixed-Use Zoning District, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is before you on first reading.
Ms. Lejeune, would you explain, please?
I'm going to ask Mr. Hank Woolard, please, to address this item.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, this is what we call an applicant-initiated text amendment, in that a business is requesting that the Land Development Code be amended to make what other motor vehicle dealers, in essence, boat sales, a conditional use within the Town Center Mixed-Use Zoning District. And this is or automotive operating on Main Street. They've been operating an automobile dealership there for a while that was in place under a previous owner before the current Land Development Code was adopted. So it's grandfathered. It would fall under the classification of a conditional use as well. But the Land Development Code does not currently provide for boat dealers in the Town Center mixed-use zoning as either a permitted or a conditional use. So the applicant applied for they initially applied for a permitted use, and when it appeared that that might not be successful, they withdrew their application and then reapplied to be able to sell boats as a conditional use. This went to the local planning agency recently, and the local planning agency heard the application, and unfortunately we had only 6 members in attendance that evening, and they were evenly split in how they thought we should proceed with this. So you've got a tie vote of 3-3 from the local planning agency coming to you on this. The staff's recommendation is that it not be approved because it is not consistent with the Town Center Community Redevelopment Plan. We're not saying that they're not a good business. We just don't think it's consistent with the vision that the city fathers had for the future at the time the redevelopment plan was originally crafted and subsequently amended. Any questions?
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Man, I tell you, I don't know where to start with this one. This came to the LPA. First of all, the members of our committees are elected by this council. And that's, to my knowledge, that's the only way the members can be taken off a committee is by this council. And if you have not attended the committees, especially LPA, I encourage you to go attend some of them so you know exactly what's going on. Apparently, at the LPA, when this was brought up,
Yeah, Councilor Braden, if this is a public hearing, and would you mind deferring your comment until after the public hearing is completed, sir?
I'll do that.
Thank you.
I do have a question for Hank. You said there were two applications, one was conditional, what was the other one?
The first application. The first application was to allow boat sales as a permitted use.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, if something is a permitted use, then it's permitted essentially without restriction in the zoning district. Conditional use is the stance that it may not be suitable without restriction in the zoning district, but with certain restrictions applied, perhaps related to the size or hours of operation, that kind of thing, that it might be a good fit. So it's just a different way of looking at it. It's a little more restrictive than if it's a permitted use.
This is a public hearing, so if council is okay, I'm going to go directly to the public and we'll come back to the council. Do I have anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm Robert McGill. I'm here representing the applicant. And Robert McGill, and I'm here representing the applicant. And what I'd like to do first is I've got some binders that I'd like to go ahead and give to the council and to council's attorney so that we can go through some of these questions in detail. That would be all right?
If you give it to clerk, she'll pass them out. Yeah. Before you start, I would like to point out that we have quite a bit of background information on this, including maps, charts, and the presentation made before the local planning agency, or at least a summary of it and their vote, as well as the city's summary and vote. Hope not to go over the same ground too often. The city council is prepared with this, and we obviously are not going to have time to read this before you speak.
Well, and I do want to go over some of the high points of this. I did this with the LPA as well, and I know just, there are probably some basic questions too that I would imagine just like Mr. Morgan had that with regard to conditional use versus a permitted use. But so this is the binder that we have. I thought maybe I would just go through that a little bit with you and just tell you what you have in front of you, because I'm sure a lot of y'all don't know all of the provisions of the code and the objectives and the policies of your land development code and your comp plan. So the proposed ordinance, this is the first reading of a proposed ordinance which would allow motor vehicle dealers as a conditional use, just as Hank just said, as Mr. Willard said, that this would be a conditional use within the town center mixed use. So the proposed ordinance is Exhibit 1. Then you have, as you flip through there, our application that was presented to the city, and then the staff report that's in that went to the LPA. Then I also have 4A and 4B of the Land Development Code provisions with regard to the Board of Adjustments, which we'll kind of get into as to what you need there, and the Town Center Mixed Use Zoning District. You also have Exhibit 5, which are your comp plan objectives for your commercial and mixed use land use categories. You've got your Exhibit 6 is your future land use map that shows the town center mixed use highlighted in yellow. And we've attached your zoning map. And then the Exhibit 8, which is the town center CRA, you can see highlighted in yellow, and we've also attached today essentially the entire town center mixed-use CRA with the uses that are there. You'll also see there's essentially a business license for two spaces in the industrial park that we'll get into as the service areas that we would use, or the applicant would use. Then you have the NAICS classification for boat dealers. And then we have some pictures of the Ore Motors on Main Street that I'm sure most of y'all are familiar with at 226 Main Street. So what I'm going to do tonight with you is first we're going to review the application, then we're going to look at the staff report that was presented to the LPA and the staff report that you have today before you. And frankly, one of the things that the staff report to the LPA said is, you know, one of the reasons that they, quote, came out against, or their staff report is recommending not approving the proposed ordinance, is the chances of the proliferation of boat dealerships within the town center mixed-use land use district. And staff, you know, basically says if you do this, you'll have far-reaching impacts within the town center mixed-use. And I'm basically here to tell you, I just think when you read the staff report, there is no real justification for those statements. They're basically red herrings. We're also going to review the actual land development code provisions and the comprehensive plan policies and objectives and go over those. And then when we look at, and like I've said earlier, I think all of y'all are pretty much familiar with Ore Motors and where it is located on Main Street. And as Hank said earlier, there's been a car dealership, an automobile dealership there for 20 years or more. So we're going to take a look at that particular piece of property because this is the applicant request for a text amendment. And we're going to show you that we think this is pretty much exactly why you should have a conditional use that would then go, Mr. Morgan, before the Board of Adjustments and have various parameters that they can have to ensure compatibility with the surrounding areas and so forth if you do allow boat dealers as a conditional use. So the first thing that we have in the application, and I will go back over this just a little bit, we are looking at boat sales and not marine service as what we're proposing. Exhibit A to the application that we have, which is Exhibit 2 in your binder, basically goes through and it shows you the table of allowable uses within the town center mixed-use zoning district. So this is table 7-2 in your land development code. You can see that automobile dealers is a conditional use in the town center mixed use. We're proposing that other motor vehicle dealers become a conditional use with this text amendment. And then you've got...
Mr. Mayor, I have to point a word. There's no way we can follow along with this thing having just been given to us and know what we're talking about. It's like we're relitigating what the LPA did. And I just think if anything, then we ought to reschedule this for a formal presentation and not try to make that decision in this particular part of this council meeting.
Agreed. I have no problem with that. I mean, I understand this is a public hearing to go through the applicant's proposal for a text amendment, and it's fairly complicated what you have to go through. But if you want to have a special hearing,
Right,
in 5 minutes,
the city rules require this to be presented to council last Wednesday, not tonight. So we have time to review. We get a ton of reading material, and you just can't go through it during a meeting. So anyway, we have a motion and a second. I assume that's a motion and a second to bring this back before the city council at the next meeting. Am I wording that correctly, Mr. Shirley?
Yes, that would be, we would need to, it would be, need to be a motion to continue so that it will not, public notice won't have to be republished. So it'd be a motion to continue, and the motion would need to identify the meeting at which it will be heard.
So at the next.
So I can
so
understand
when we-
exactly what the motion is and why it's being proposed. It's going to be continued to a, what kind of a hearing versus the first reading of an ordinance?
It'll still be on first reading. It'll still be a public hearing on first reading. But it will give the council members an opportunity to review the materials you submitted this
And
evening.
we can set that for our next regularly scheduled meeting, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Is that amendment to your motion? All right, and the second? I think, does everyone understand the motion and the second?
It will be a continuance,
Continuous to the next regularly scheduled meeting of
which is
the
September 5th.
September 5th.
I'm sorry.
Our regularly scheduled meeting got bumped because of the county budget hearings, so September 8th is our next council meeting. It's also our budget hearing.
Pardon me, you're right, of course.
I have a motion second on the floor, and I have erased the names that were on the list because they were on prior to the motion. So if you do wish to speak on this, please press your button again. Mr. Morgan?
I will say, I understand the motion to continue, but most of what's in this packet is actually city documents. I've seen most of them. It's either our land development code, comp plan. Either way, I got a feeling we're going to be getting the same presentation from Mr. McGill.
You are, and almost everything that is in this package is so that you can flip back and forth, and as we go through the presentation, you can actually read what your comp plan objectives and policies are. So you're going to get the same presentation almost on September 8th that you would get tonight. And most of the information that's in your package that, Mr. Mayor, that you mentioned earlier is frankly, just organized in this pamphlet.
We need to refer back to other things with this, too.
But if the council wishes to continue, so be it.
I have no further discussion. I call for the vote. A yes will mean postponement.
To continue.
Excuse me, continuance. It is 6-1 for continuance to the September 8th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Our second item is first reading of ordinance 1615 CC, which amends the City of Destin Code of Ordinance to prohibit commercial concession activities. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
Ordinance number 16-15-CC by title is an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida relating to code enforcement, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for an amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 4, Code Enforcement Citation Program and Procedures, Section 14-94, Applicable Codes and Ordinances, Class Violation, providing for amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Parks and Recreation, Article 2, Standards of Behavior and Operation on Public Parks, Section 15-37, Recreational Activities, providing for amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Parks and Recreation, Article 2, Standards of Behavior and Operation of Public Parks, Section 15-42, Penalty, providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is before you on first reading.
Ms. Lejeune, explanation.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hank Woolard is going to address this ordinance item as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is in here to add some teeth to the existing code of ordinances to be able to provide some additional enforcement capability for our recreation conservation area on Noriega Point. The code enforcement just has not had the adequate provisions within the code to be able to curtail or prohibit or stop some of the activities that have been occurring in the way of vending, and it's, I guess you might describe it as a housekeeping ordinance to be able to provide code enforcement with that additional capacity. I think that maybe the city land use attorney, city attorney might be able to put that more eloquently than I have, but that's the gist of it.
If I could just add, there are certain restrictive covenants of record that are in the deed to Noriega Point that prohibits commercial concessions and the city from granting any commercial concession. And what this does is this squares up our ordinance with the deed restrictive covenants so that it will be clear that the city, whoever is reviewing the code of ordinances regarding Noriega Point, will be able to see what those restrictions are without having to pull that deed out and look at the deed. And so it's going to make it a lot easier to do. And it clarifies how the civil infraction is going to be issued. It will be pursuant to the process outlined in Section 14-97 of our Code of Ordinances, which is our civil infraction program. And in addition to that, there's one other tweak that it makes, and that is that in Section 14-94, where it assigns applicable codes and ordinances class violations for different types of offenses under the civil citation program, we did add in here a Class 2 violation for short-term rental, violation of the short-term rental registration code. And that is something that was inadvertently omitted from the short-term rental registration ordinance that we're adding in here. So that is the ordinance in a nutshell.
Thank you. Any further from staff?
I just wanted to add one other provision would give, excuse me, the city manager the authority to designate additional code enforcement personnel from the Parks and Recreation Department to be able to enforce park-related codes within the city public park system.
Mr. Braden, you're going to give us a motion? Turn your mic on, please.
How do we come up with a fine of $100 for first offense, $200 for second, and $300 for third?
That is your discretion. That is just what is suggested.
That was not pulled from anywhere, or did the...
That
says it's coming from Code of Ordinances, Section 15-42-7.
those, if you go to the Code of Ordinances, there's a long laundry list of fines. There's a long laundry list in there of fines for various types of offenses.
I was just wondering why that was $100 for first offense and not like $1,000 or $2,000 offense.
Well, we're limited, and that's a good question, and 1,000 may be a little steep, but we're limited under Florida statutes to a maximum fine of $500. So we wouldn't be able to go above that in any event. But most of the time, it's customary to start out at a pretty modest amount, assuming the person simply didn't know they were violating the standard and they're not going to do it again.
Okay. With that said, Mayor, I'll go ahead and make the recommended motion to move that the city council accept the recommendations of the local planning agency and approve the proposed ordinance 16-15-CC on first reading.
We have a motion, we have a second. If it's all right with council, it's a public hearing. I'll go to the public first. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Do you have any other cards?
Good afternoon. David Schusler. I live next door to Noriega Point. Spoke with Councilman Dixon earlier today about this issue. As I was leaving to come here to come to the meeting at 5:15, there were 3 vendors out there on Noriega Point. One of them is the jetpack guy. He's, you know, the thing that comes out of the water and does that, whatever you want to call it. He has I guess what you'd call a go-to guy that lives on that abandoned sailboat out there. Not, excuse me, abandoned, we take that word out. The sailboat that's been there for 2 years. And he's treating that area of Noriega Point, which is on city right-of-way. He's treating that as his own little trailer park. And it looks like it. Terrible looking. I think Tuffy's got some pictures he'll show you later on this. There's also at least 2 pontoon boats that are left overnight. Those are for his renters the next day, whoever those renters may be. There's also a Sea-Doo, and there's a couple of kayaks that they rent out. That area, Destin Harbor, is a very, very unique piece of property for the state of Florida. I can't think of one that is any more unique than this one. And to allow what's going on out there, and you'll see from the pictures, it is worse than a trailer park, a bad trailer park. And we've got to do something about it, and thank you for bringing this up tonight. I will say that I've been going back to previous city managers, plural, Mary Ann Eustick, about what was going on out there with commercial activities on Noriega Point, not even counting what I just spoke about, where people were putting up chairs for their guests and stuff like that. And it says in that deed from Okaloosa County, there'll be no such thing that's being allowed there. 100% no, unless it is a governmental entity. And to me, governmental means Army, Air Force, Marines, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't twist those words. But I wasn't aware that this item, and it's my fault, this item was on the agenda, or I would have brought a stack of emails that I've gotten to the city council, and I will get those to the mayor in the next couple of days, or to all of y'all. Something's got to be done. We're fixing to spend about $10 million something out there to redo Noriega Point. And it's going to be nice when it's finished, the armoring, everything like that. I think they're going to add 2 more of the indentions or the pools or whatever you want to call them. It's going to be really nice. If we don't do something about the trash out there, These boats are anchored on city property, City owns 100 feet of right-of-way from water's edge on the harbor side all the way to the pass side. And if one person can get away with it, somebody else is going to do it too. And the next thing you know, you are going to have a condominium of trailer parks. Thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you. Any other further comment from the public? Not seeing any. Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. I wanted to, was going to add all city property to this ordinance or make up into the motion, but according to the city manager, we're coming up with a different ordinance for city property that just was written specifically for the parks. Is that correct, Mr. Shirley?
Well, it's my understanding that the desire was to ban concessions at all city parks unless otherwise approved by the city council. And that has to be, it doesn't have to be in a separate ordinance, but it will slow this ordinance down if you amend it, because that's a significant substantive amendment that would require us to go back to first reading. But it was my suggestion that we simply handle that as a separate ordinance to make that amendment as a standalone amendment.
So we need to come back with a separate ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, I think every council member received the email that today, and I will be, when it comes my turn to talk, I will be showing some pictures that this is just unacceptable. And so I will vote to support this in every time. So thank you.
Councilmember Ramswell?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question and then a couple comments. One of them concerns the wording of Section 15-37 as presented on page 2 of 3, and it's discussing the provision of any types of goods or services. And what bothers me and might need tightening up, it states, for purposes of this prohibition, concession is defined as the provision of any type of goods or services by a person or entity other than the park user, regardless of whether such goods or services are provided for compensation. By saying other than the park user, and perhaps I'm being overly analytical, but the vendor himself can be described as a park user. And again, maybe that's different in legal terms, but for me, it sounds like a loophole.
That was meant to...
Turn your mic on.
And I understand the concern, and that was meant so that a person who wants to bring their own item down there and use the park doesn't get a ticket.
Certainly, I understand the intention.
That's kind of where we went with it.
I think that's great.
It's kind of difficult to word it to parse between the two.
Right, well, perhaps I think that's something that we need to address, because it's a little loose right now, and I could be out there as Preble Park user and sell sandwiches to the people next to me. Aside from that, one thing that concerns me is the ownership of Noriega Point expressed by people, and not just necessarily Noriega Point, but other areas of the city where people are essentially claiming ownership. And I think we also need to change the wording of this to say the operation of a concession on any city-owned property. If that's something that you look like you have a comment.
Yes, we had discussed this, I had discussed this with staff and with Mr. Shirley, and again, to reiterate what he said, that to try to put it in this particular ordinance, we thought was going to slow the ordinance up, and also it may muddy the water of what we're trying to do with Noriega Point specifically. However, it is my intention to bring back shortly an additional ordinance that will revise our code so that it's understood that vending is not allowed on any of our public parks. I know that, we're having an issue in some of the parks, especially with, maybe some of the non-professional pontoon boat renters, and some other folks that I believe are using our property to load up their vessels to take to Crab Island. So in order to address that activity, we wanted to word it very specifically, and I think that it would be better suited for a separate ordinance so we can address those issues specifically rather than what we're trying to do here at Noriega Point.
Well, that's great. I think one thing that bothers me, again, and coming back to this ownership and the opinion by some that they can come out on our parks and sell things and do their own is, for example, the Emerald Grand, on their website, it says, soak up the sun at the Emerald Grand's Cove Beach or Jetty Beach. Well, the Jetty Beach is Noriega Point. So it's like it's being claimed as their private beach, and that's something that bothers me too. It's a public beach. So I don't know, to me it's just another example of people trying to vend and take ownership of city property when we're the only ones that should have jurisdiction and be able to control and say it's ours, it's the city's, it's not a particular person's, if that makes sense. And I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan?
Mr. Shirley, so with a $300 day fine, so essentially you could run a business off that property for $300 a day. I don't want to give anyone ideas, but I could rent pontoon boats off of Noriega Point and come out way on top.
Well,
Is there some bit of logic to that thinking?
there is an additional step that the city could take if the city really needed to, and that is if we have that problem. We
can
come
tell
in
you
with an
we-
amendment to make our criminal penalties apply. And then we take that step if we need to
Yeah,
take
because
that
if I could rent Noriega Point for $3,000 a month, I mean, if you're giving me ideas, we better get it in next summer. I'm going to make a bunch of money.
I'm gratified that you're a law-abiding citizen.
No, I understand. But you do understand my concern,
Absolutely do, and
because,
the issue there is that we are constrained by Florida statutes as to how much we can fine,
yeah, and you,
and the fine to be established is purely up to the $500, is purely at the discretion of the city council, depending on what the council thinks.
and even at a $500 fine, I mean, I don't think you're deterring some of these really lucrative businesses from using Noriega Point or using Calhoun Park or wherever it is to run pontoon boats out of there, or similar businesses. So that would be my concern, biggest one.
Councilmember Marlar?
Thank you, Mayor. Many years ago, this similar situation happened on Okaloosa Island. Mr. Dixon, Mr. Braden, and myself would probably know what we used to call the old seawall, where all the teenagers used to congregate. And there was a person who had a little makeshift pontoon with a sign out there, and he tied all his jet skis and wave runner jet skis and stuff to it, and then he conducted business from the island. And it's similar to the thing. I have to agree with the public and with what's going on here, the jetpack guy and all the other stuff. The question I have is about weddings. I know we have a lot of weddings that are out there, and now they're supposed to clear that through Parks and Recreation because that to me is a concession in a sense. Somebody's making some money out there for a wedding. Do we have a provision in there for that, or is that something? I hate to put Lance on a spot like that.
That is already something, if somebody wants to have a wedding at any of our public facilities, they do have to come in and clear it first with the Parks and Recreation Department. So if somebody is doing that and they haven't cleared it with us, then we would consider that probably a violation at that point, yes.
And they would follow under the same rules that we're trying to pass tonight.
Yes, sir, and I did wanted to bring to the attention of the council, as part of this, under Section 5, Section 15-42, under penalty, misdemeanor offenses, not only can we charge a fine of no more than $500 per day, each day a violation of this article continues in a separate offense, but it can also be combined with imprisonment for a period not exceeding 60 days. So, as Mr. Shirley had mentioned, it's up to the will of this council on how stringent you would like for those violation penalties to be.
Okay, that brings up another question then. So we send code enforcement out there and they find a violator. So we write them a citation for the $500, or does, if they look like they're going to be a pain in the butt out there, do we call the sheriff's department to just have them arrested, or how's that going to work? I know that's put somebody off.
And I apologize, I did have my my code enforcement manager here, but he seems to have left at the moment. But I will get that information for you, exactly how that works. I do know that when we have code enforcement people who are, issuing a citation to a violator or trying to remove a violator from a certain area, if we do get resistance, normally they do call the sheriff's office to assist them with that.
Okay, because Mr. Morgan is pretty correct. I mean, usually most of these pontoon rentals are $400 to $500 for just 4 to 5 hours, and that's just going to be a drop in the bucket for them. If every day they're out there, they're just going to have to write a check for $500 to the county or the city and keep on going, unless we can actually, I like the imprisonment, not necessarily the imprisonment idea, but to give them more stricter penalty. That's all I had, Mayor.
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Do I need to amend the motion, or how do we get that changed from $100 to a $500 per day?
Mr. Shirley, I believe you can just simply amend the motion.
Yes, we can do that. Let me see. One thing I've found in life is that nothing is as simple as you think it is. You know, isn't that true? We would have to add, I would have to think about how to word it, because this does incorporate, from the penalties, it adopts by reference the penalties as specified in Code of Ordinances 15-42B2. And that's where the fine structure comes in to play. And what we would have to do is add to that list a special fine for violation of this ordinance, this particular provision. So we can certainly do that. But there again, that will need to come back to you. I would be hesitant to, on the fly, make an amendment of that nature.
So we really can't change it here. We have to go back to the ordinance section 15-42-7 to change it there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Section 15-42 subsection B2 specifies the penalties for violation of the public parks rules, and that's where it's located, so we would have to go back to that.
And the 100, 200, 300, that's where that came from?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mayor, if we're going to send Mr. Shirley back to try to attempt to change some of the language, I'd ask that Mr. Shirley, if Rodney is amenable to the idea, I really echo Ms. Ramswell's sentiments when she brought up who a park user can and cannot be, and that it may be a fairly large loophole where the vendor may try to argue that he is in fact a park user and enjoying it, and therefore, I could see that argument being advanced in a magistrate hearing pretty easily. So if you're going to be going back to fix what Mr. Braden has asked, I'd ask that you also try to take a stab at perhaps defining what a park user is. And I understand it may be very difficult to wordsmith something that really gets at it, but I'd like you to take an attempt at it.
We may simply want to eliminate the words "other than the park user" and see if that works. Just be thinking about that.
Sure.
And because that may be a way to fix it.
Mayor? Excuse me, I have an answer for Councilman Marlar. Sir, after a first violation, we are able to then trespass that vendor, and then it does become a sheriff's office issue, because if they've been trespassed and they return, then they can be arrested.
So after the first citation, the second citation can then become criminal through the sheriff's department.
We would need to trespass them, but we are able to do that after the first violation.
Okay. Mr. Shirley, would you recommend we pass this tonight and you come back with another one that amends it later, or should we?
Well, we can fix the other than the park user issue simply by striking that language, but the fine, in terms of the increase in the fine, does it make a difference, Councilor Braden, now that it has been explained that the party can be trespassed off by the OCSO, and then if they re-enter, then they can be charged with trespass, criminal offense? And by the way, that's the same process that we've used for for homeless people that are panhandling at parks as well.
I agree, and I think we really need to go ahead and pass this tonight to get it rolling, and we can come back. Like I said, we can strike that, if that's okay with the council. But I would like to go back to the ordinance of 1542 and change that amount so that we can increase it to $500.
What I would suggest then is the second ordinance that we discussed earlier that will address other city properties and outlawing concessions at other city properties or parks. We can fold that into that ordinance. Okay.
We'll leave your motion as you stated initially, correct?
If that's
Okay.
consensus of the council, yes, sir.
Councilmember Destin.
I interrupted before without you recognizing me, so I'm good.
Councilmember Dixon.
I was just going to say what Councilmember Braden said, is that I hate to see this being held off, and I think that we can tune it in as we need to, so I was going to encourage us not to continue this. So he said what I was going to say.
Councilmember Foreman.
I guess they've already discussed the trespass issue. I was going to say permanent removal, but I guess trespass says the same thing, so.
Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Shirley, you had mentioned, I believe, making it a criminal offense at one point might be some option, and I was just reviewing Section 15-42, and it looks like already in place is the possibility of making it a misdemeanor offense, which is $500 or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 60 days.
That is correct.
Is that a possibility?
Well, yes, and we're a party to be a multiple violator who had trespassed and was coming back on after trespass. We would probably add the city's offense in with the trespass charge. So they would give multiple offenses for one violation, multiple charges, which it frequently happens in criminal proceedings.
Right. So would that be possible as a first-time offense, as opposed to a warning or a?
It would be legally possible, but unlikely.
Why? Why unlikely?
Because a lot of the time you'll even have a verbal warning initially, simply because much of the time a party doesn't realize that they're breaking the law or something like that, doesn't realize the law has been changed, whatever it is, you like to give a party, even though this is legally notice, this process we're going through now, for purposes of making that an offense, typically we try to be gentle until the point where we can't be any longer.
Yeah, but no, I understand what you're saying, and I don't know how gentle or how much teeth the council wants to put into it, but my concern is allowing for warnings or allowing, because then it can turn into two, can turn into, this long process that I think we're trying to escape, unless I'm misreading my fellow council.
I think the criminal charge would have to be brought by the sheriff's department, and then it would have to be prosecuted by the state attorney. We would have to have a good reason for bringing it as a first violation. They might not be real enthusiastic about that, and it is my thinking that we reserve that heavy hammer for the worst violators, where we cannot achieve compliance by any other method. And that will achieve compliance.
Okay, good. As long as we give it enough teeth, though, that we're making the point and we're not getting stuck in the whole warning system.
I see no further discussion. If that's the case, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that the motion is the recommended motion.
Yes, the motion is a recommended motion as printed in your book.
Who made the motion?
Rodney.
Okay. Then, does the motion include striking the words in the page 3 of 4 of 15-37, G, fourth line down, the words "other than the park user"?
I believe the motion is exactly as it's printed, unless you would like to change that.
I'd
Right.
like to include that in the motion.
Okay, I just
Okay.
wanted to clarify that for the record.
For clarification, the additional verbiage is included in the motion and will be voted on. Is that, Mr. Dixon, did you second that? If you did, is that
accept.
okay with you?
I accept.
Okay. If you'll continue voting. Unanimous, yes? We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll resume at 7:05. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please return to your seats?
I'll be hobbling in another month, but
Meeting will please return to order. First reading of ordinance 16-19-LC, which amends the City of Destin Land Development Code, imposing a temporary moratorium on permitting of new mobile vendors. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
Ordinance number 16-19-LC by title is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Destin relating to mobile vendors in the Destin Harbor Community Redevelopment Area, CRA, adopting findings of fact, providing a definition of mobile vendors, imposing a temporary moratorium on the permitting of new mobile vendors in the Harbor CRA, directing staff to develop recommendations for regulation of mobile vendors in the Harbor CRA, providing for exceptions, providing for expiration of temporary moratorium, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This ordinance is before you on first reading.
Thank you. Ms. Shirley? Excuse me. Ms. Lejeune, the explanation?
Yes, Mr. Schmidt has been involved with this, so I'm going to let him give a brief explanation.
Of course, this effort began with the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee. It was taken to the CRA board and forwarded basically with additional recommendation that we include all mobile vending, not just food trucks, which was how it was originally couched. And then at its regular meeting on August 1st, basically you asked us to bring this back for first reading in its current form. So basically this would put a moratorium on all mobile vending, whether they be food trucks, food trailers, portable buildings, what have you, until March 1st or until such time as we are able to change the land development code to accommodate your wishes.
This is a public discussion item. Is there any member of the public that would like to discuss this item? If not, we'll go back to council. Whoop, excuse me.
Alan.
Please turn the mic on and turn it off when you're finished, and your name and address, please, sir.
Little button right there at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm Alan Laird. I have AJ's on the harbor. Kind of live in the middle of this. The only question I really had was, I see it's going to be under staff recommendation, staff's going to work on any public workshops on it. Is it going to be the public included at any of those moments with the staff? As it is, okay, well, I just read that one to make sure there's a lot of input on it. And one thing, and I heard again, trying to put teeth in it, I had a lot of comments on that working where there's a lot of vendors that moved in on me. I'm confident, my office stairs, I'm confident they're going to be there all year. And they're going to be there till the last day they can. So when I'm not putting teeth in it, and when we talk about code enforcement, how I get, mine's all permitted, done, because I had a permit and I need to get a certificate of completion. So, hey, while we're doing this, let's do this. We did the flood, we did what's legal, we did what's grandfathered in, but you got a lot of issues there that, like I said, what is the date of what is grandfathered was a big issue with my property. But I got it, I got red tagged, I fixed it, and I moved 4 booths, 2 which were brand new. And so I guess my question is, in that workshop, what I want to input to is, if we can put a red tag on the building, if I operate, I'm governed by the state, then it's against law. It's an arrestable violation. If someone looking, because when we see something come on that harbor, I know I'm going to stare at it for 18 months before anything can happen. So putting the teeth in it, possibly there's a vehicle that you go down, and we talked about the trespass. You talked about the trespass, I love that, but that's on public parkland. Well, if you're without a permit, you're without a sales tax number, you're without a license from the county, the city, and it's not approved, is there a vehicle to say, hey, you're tagged as non-compliant, and take it almost in the structure of, because it is a building, I've watched several get built next to me. They were built from the ground up, no permit. So is there some vehicle to maybe bring it back into the realm of what is the building department and the severity of a red tag? A red tag gets my attention these days. That was a thought, but I have a lot of thoughts on the other stuff, trailers, skirting the wheels, removable tongues so you don't have people hidden, but a lot of little ideas. So if it's open to the public, well then thank you, and I'll be the public there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No further discussion from the public? Council members, we'll start with Council Member Morgan.
I move that council approve the attached ordinance 16-19-LC and direct staff to bring it back to council for second reading on September 5.
Second.
September 8th, I believe.
September 8th.
Even though it says September 5th, it's 8th. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Marlar.
Okay, this, I think we talked about this before. We are making special provisions for the Seafood Festival because it's going under a different realm.
Yes, the ordinance basically, and the language in your agenda item basically makes this specifically not include special events.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, wait, let's define special events besides the Seafood Festival, because, I mean, there are going to be various property, here football season, college football's coming up very quick, and any of these areas that could have a special going on right then, for that. So can we get a more clarification?
Well, it specifies the Seafood Festival or the Arts Festival, but it would probably include any bona fide special event that required a special event permit by the owners with the city.
Okay.
Further discussion? Call for the vote. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Dixon.
Just want to make sure this covers the fishing rodeo too. The rodeo has their trailer at AJ's and they sell T-shirts. That's how they make the rodeo work. So make sure this covers the rodeo as well.
We'll make sure of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Call for the vote.
Mayor, I'm going to have to abstain. I have
That's right.
for the previous reason, I've got a food truck in the CRA.
Mr. Sir. 6 yes, unanimous, 1 abstention. On the consent agendas, I have pulled item 10. I don't know if it's still on your agenda, but that has been removed.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Well, not removed, it's going to be in a location later in the meeting of the city manager.
Pulled for discussion, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
I request to approve items 5 through 9 on the consent agenda.
We have a motion, we have a second to approve items 5 through 9. I have,
What about public opportunity?
yes, I'm sorry, any public discussion? No discussion, I call for the vote. Yes. Unanimous, yes. Resolution 1613.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
If I may do number 10 now?
Yes, you want to do it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I requested the mayor to pull item number 10, which is Friends of Destin Dog Park paver project. It needs a budget amendment, which requires a separate vote from the council. The Friends of the Dog Park have raised over $13,000 for their next project would be to pave the entrance of the dog park. The Delta Pavers Design Solution Enterprises has agreed to complete the project at the discounted rate of $12,902.50 as their way of contributing to the community. And we're just asking that the council go ahead and approve the public-private partnership to install the pavers and to authorize myself, the city manager, to make the appropriate budget amendment.
Do I have a motion to do so?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilmember Dixon.
I know that they say, and I appreciate their willingness to help us out with this, but is this exceeding a bid amount that we need to get competitive bids on either way?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Councilmember Braden.
Where are we amending this money from in the budget?
The funds have all been raised in excess of $13,000 this year by the Friends of the Destin Dog Park. So there will actually be no funds spent by the city on this project other than my guys going out there and maybe helping to prep the property for the install. So it's an awesome partnership we have with this group.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, but I just don't know why, if the money's already been raised, why we even have to make a motion on this.
I'm sorry, I should have answered that better. It is held in a certain account as a donation account, and then when we need to spend it, it needs to go into a different account for us to spend the money.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. No further discussion. Have a motion, have a second. Call for the vote. Unanimous, yes? The resolution, we have Resolution 16-13, contract resolution for the Florida Department of Transportation right-of-way landscape maintenance with the Destin city limits with the Broad Spectrum Infrastructure, Inc. Do we need, Mr. Shirley,
I'll read it by title. Resolution 16-13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Destin, Florida, accepting and adopting the 2016-2017 FDOT right-of-way maintenance contract between the City of Destin and Broad Spectrum Infrastructure Incorporated, providing for an effective date and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the City of Destin.
Thank you. For your information, there was a sheet handed out just before the meeting that actually contains the motion on it that was put on the desktop. It's missing from your item number 11. Ms. Lejeune?
Lance, could you just speak to this, please?
Yes, for years and years before I started, the city has always desired that the medians and right-of-ways in the Highway 98 corridor be maintained to a higher standard than you would find in rural areas of Florida. And that is exactly what DOT allows for with their contract with Broad Spectrum. And that used to be Transfield Services, if you've heard that name. In return for entering into this agreement with Broad Spectrum, they'd give us the money that they would have been paid to maintain those medians and right-of-ways at a lesser level. And we honestly we have an obligation, since we've installed the irrigation and the plants and other things out in there to maintain these things now.
I'll make the recommended motion unless we need further comment from city manager. I move that the council adopt Resolution 16-3 accepting Broad Spectrum Infrastructure, Inc. contract providing for FDOT right-of-way maintenance for the period ending July 31st, 2017.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Discussion by the public? If no further discussion, I call for the vote. We have a unanimous yes vote. Nathan Sparks, I think you're up. We have a report from the Economic Development Council, the EDC. Asked him to keep this real short because we were having a long meeting tonight, but we're way ahead of schedule, so just keep it a little short.
I'll do my best, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Nathan Sparks with the Economic Development Council of Okaloosa County. It's been a while since I've been before you, and it's always a pleasure to come and share some updates from the EDC. I'm going to deviate from our normal presentation protocol this evening. Of course, you all have in your packets a quarterly memo that I provided to Ms. Lejeune, along with some graphs that chart our current project activity. And I won't belabor that material tonight. Usually what I do, for those of you who are new to council since our last update, I'll provide a little bit of insight into specifics that you see captured on the memo. But tonight I've got an exciting component for our presentation that I think you'll find to be very interesting. But before I do that, I wanted to take a moment just to thank the mayor and Ms. Lejeune and Mr. Schmidt for joining me at a meeting on Friday with Florida's Great Northwest. And many of you know Florida's Great Northwest is a 12-county organization that is focused on promoting Northwest Florida. Essentially, their footprint is from Pensacola over to beyond Bay County. And they are working very diligently, as you would anticipate, in light of the opportunity that we have in front of us with the Triumph Gulf Coast organization and the possibility of funding under that organization to develop a transformational plan for economic development around our great region. And so the 8 disproportionately affected counties have been meeting, the economic developers, I should say, from those 8 counties have been meeting now for several months to have input into that plan. We've provided our understanding of our local assets and how they are factored into the overall fabric of the region. We've been looking at ways that we can perhaps leverage one another's strengths and, of course, political clout. We know that if we are successful in continuing to move toward a Triumph allocation, it's going to take everyone being on the same sheet of music. And we know that this is a lot of money that our friends in other parts of the state are eyeing. So regardless of what happens, the fact that this region is coming together to begin thinking about how we can transform this region, quite frankly, using a generational opportunity like Triumph is very encouraging, and certainly look forward to continuing to provide updates to you all, and certainly appreciate the mayor and others who participated in those meetings thus far. So beyond that, you see from the memo that you have before you that we have very strong project activity right now. We have 22 active projects in a variety of sectors. Some are very close to announcement, some are very early stage. And you know the business of economic development is a percentage game, and the more opportunities that we get up to the plate to have conversations, meaningful conversations with decision makers, the greater the odds of success. You also know, many of you know, that when I come before you, I talk about some of the sectors that we're seeing in our community, and you see those up here, manufacturing and aerospace and defense and headquarters and those types of sectors. Those sectors are what we call our target industries. And these are industries that we work very diligently to promote Okaloosa County to. We work with our neighbors, of course, around the region. We do a lot of things in a unified way with our regional partners because we know that businesses don't see municipal lines, they don't see county lines, they see opportunities. So again, back to my point about the transformational strategy, it really helps when we're all aligned and we're promoting ourselves as one unified force. But, some of you may hear me from time to time talk about aerospace and defense and manufacturing, and you may think, well, what does that matter to the city of Destin? Well, I know many of you, from conversations we've had privately, understand that, it matters a lot. Of course, here in Okaloosa County, aerospace and defense is a tremendous driver of our economy, just as hospitality is. Aerospace and defense is based on the latest study from Enterprise Florida and Space Florida, responsible for a considerable $8 billion investment and over 80,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, in our local economy. And when you think about a county of 200,000 people, that really puts it in perspective. So that being said, of course, you also, if you're like me, you think about, okay, well, where are these businesses going to land in my city? Because you all are, of course, working on behalf of the city of Destin, and your primary interest, of course, is your jurisdiction, as it should be. So, we find that when we have conversations with folks in Destin, they say, well, gosh, aerospace and defense is only going to happen in Crestview, or it's only going to happen in Fort Walton. Well, yes and no. I mean, obviously, you have the Destin Airport, which is a tremendous asset. You're going to have and have had smaller contractors located in your community. You're going to have people who are working in Fort Walton or other parts of the county reside in Destin because of your wonderful quality of life. But we're also very committed to making sure that the opportunities that we have in the city of Destin have a home, if you will. And so we've been working to try and identify various sectors that could be very specific to Destin in terms of targets. And so one of those is what I'm getting to this evening, a sector that would be a subcomponent really of manufacturing and research and development, and that is the fishing equipment sector. So if we could continue to transition to the next presentation, please. So right now, in the city of Destin, we believe that there is a tremendous opportunity to attract fishing equipment businesses to your city. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about why we believe that's the case this evening. So you see here, and I'm not going to read to you, but obviously this is an opportunity to parlay the recognition that Destin already has the world over as the world's luckiest fishing village. I mean, that is an incredible brand. And if you think about that brand and think about what it means both to the heritage of this community, and you think about what it could mean for the future, it really gets interesting to think about that. So you continue down the list here, the fact that we have the largest charter fishing fleet in not only the state, not only the Southeast, not only in the region, but in North America. That is truly something that is magnificent that we can find a way to capitalize on, perhaps. So again, looking at a way to parlay some strengths and some awareness that we already have in a sector that is very near and dear to our hearts. How do we do that? We also have market access. You have an airport here, which is heavily used, as we all know. You have transportation access on Highway 98 and arteries north. You have extensive availability of Class A and B office space. Right now, I did a search just before this meeting. There's 75 listings on Okaloosa Sites, our website that we use to identify properties around the county. So 75 listings. Of those, 50, and these are in Destin, 50 are office listings. Another 9 are industrial listings, and 14 of those are sites, 14 of the overall 75 listings. So they're development sites as opposed to existing buildings. So you have inventory, is my point. And so here's an opportunity. When we have 50 office listings in a city the size of Destin, that's a lot of inventory. So that's really what got me thinking about this, folks, is how can we perhaps identify a strategy that is unique to us, that maximizes our assets, and that ultimately has every opportunity to be successful because of a market reputation that we already have. So that's how we arrived at this. Now, this is still I'll call it an exploratory or formative target industry subsector strategy. It's not one that we're yet ready to come before you and say, yes, we're absolutely, positively certain that this is the right strategy to pursue at this point in time. We're still ground truthing that. And so that's what I wanted to share with you tonight. Is we have been doing that, and if we'll go to the next slide, please, looking at high-quality saltwater fishing equipment businesses, companies that are state-of-the-art brands, that are state-of-the-art manufacturers that might not yet be in the Southeast, that might not yet have a home in Florida, but why don't they? I mean, this is a tremendous market opportunity for them. It's an opportunity to make use of our harbor for R&D in the Gulf of Mexico and the quick access to deep water and all those things that we know and love. So it's an opportunity to really tie those companies who already have their own brands with our brand here in Destin as the world's luckiest fishing village. So moving beyond that, we undertook some field research, and I brought my colleague from Gulf Power here this evening who's going to give you some insight into that. His name is Andrew Rhodes, and he specializes in target industry research for the Gulf Power Economic Development Team. And Andrew had the opportunity to go down to a trade event called ICAST, which is one of the largest fishing equipment shows in the world. At our request, and Gulf Power, when I approached Andrew's boss and said, can you help us with this? It's something that we believe could have real merit for the city of Destin in particular. He said, absolutely, let's do it. So on Gulf Power's nickel, he dispatched Andrew down to Orlando last month, and Andrew's here to talk to you about that.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you for having me. As Nathan mentioned, I'm a research analyst, so I don't typically get out in front of people like this. A lot of my work is behind the scenes, and that's people like Nathan are the ones we put out. They're the front lines, and so I'm there to help support them. They added me about 3 years ago, Gulf Power. As a power company, why are we here? Why are we doing economic development? Well, it helps our communities. It's good for us. So 3 years ago, they added me, and my explicit job description is help everybody that comes for help. So specifically the EDOs and all of our partners in all the areas that we serve. So Nathan is one of our most treasured partners. You can tell that by me being here at 7 o'clock at night in Destin when I could be at home. But when Nathan asks me to do something, I do it. I trust him, and that trust goes a long way with me. When he made this request to me a few months ago, it was an aha moment. I get a lot of those requests that are not so great. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And as soon as he mentioned this, I was like, that's exactly what I want to see. That makes a lot of sense for the city of Destin. So it was worth my time and my effort to look into this. So as you mentioned, I went to the ICAST event. Before that, I spent 2 weeks doing research and looking at different companies. My job is to take 15,000 companies and then eventually get it down to 10 to 5, and maybe 1 or 2. So I try to save them time. I don't send them out talking to 15,000, I try to find the best of the best that meet our needs. So as you mentioned, I went to ICAST, 15,000 attendees. There were 1,850 booths. It was the largest trade show I've ever been to. It took up almost the entire convention center. It was a magnificent site. One of the great things is he has a partnership with some friends that were down in just south of Orlando that got me to the show as an exhibitor, which gave me all access pass. And also as an exhibitor, it allowed me to talk to folks and not be threatening or anything. It was just very casual. So on the next slide, before I went, I prepared about 20 questions. I went through the industry and looked at what are the drivers, how do they make decisions on where they locate, and what are things that they're interested in. So I didn't ask them these, in the perfect world, I'd ask these people these questions. I just go, who are your best sellers? I had to fit this into a conversation. So I went through and I met with 20 companies and I talked to them. I talked to the sales guys, talked to the owners, and I said, what's going on in your industry? How's your business doing? Where would you like to be? And trying to kind of sneak it in and figure out what I can get. And just one of the best things I heard was a reel manufacturer that they make specialty reels, high end, make them in America. And he goes, we're making so many of these, we can't keep up with production. I'm like, that's perfect. So that was one of the top 5 people that we found. Some of the key takeaways I got from this, I'm not a pie in the sky guy. I want to find results. I'm not here to just follow every tail that wags in front of me. So I want to find out what's really going on out there. And number one, manufacture is mostly done in China, as you might assume. This is a very low margin, highly labor intensive, easy to ship product. So a lot of customers that they'll go to China and they will get it made there. There's a little bit of a stigma to that, and a lot of them get away with that by saying it's not made in China, it's made in Doshan, China. They try to make it sound like that's fancy, but it's made in China. Some other folks they'll put made in America in their product, but what it really means is assembled in America. So they get a lot of the components made in China, and they get them shipped over there. Sometimes the packaging's made in the U.S., but they did the overall assembly there. That allows them to have quality control. That also allows them to, kind of have final inspection, before they send it off to the customer. The next one is a high-end, high-precision products, as we had assumed that maybe some of those get made here, and sure enough they are. And mostly it's the reels. It's the big block aluminum is machined here. And companies that are typically machine shops have been making these for customers, and they go, well, why don't I do this myself? And they start their own company. and they're still in America. They like to do those high-value products here. And another item that I found is smaller companies are typically where they started. These companies are, if they start in one city, they started with one person in the garage, and then they just kind of grow and grow and grow, and they typically don't move. They're not looking for new locations typically, so that creates a challenge. One other thing I want to mention before I get to my findings, my final findings, there's two companies out there, St. Croix and Ross Reels, and these are great examples of companies that are made in America, and they promote that. On their websites, they've got really good tours of their factories. They show their people. They're really involved. They've come up with these seals, which I think, just looking at the city of Destin, that's just beautiful. That could be something that could be played into for marketing for a company that did choose to move here. And if I had to pick an ideal company to come here after doing all the research, and I talked to Nathan about this, and I said the ideal customer would be a business where the owner is far down in his career, maybe his spouse is ready for him to retire, and he's not quite there yet, and they want to live somewhere fun. They've been living somewhere cold. They've been doing the business up there. So maybe we could bring them down to Destin, take a look at it, maybe we could do a business down here. And so that kind of guided me to find the top 5 customers that Nathan will kind of follow up on the next steps. So I looked through all the companies, and so these 5 prospects, based on all the research that we did, kind of met all that criteria. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. So where are we? So, as Andrew mentioned, he has identified a focus group of 5 companies that he believes, based on his expert eye, are good targets for us. And we have sent communication out to those 5 companies. We're working, by the way, with the Destin Chamber of Commerce. They have all kinds of pretty pictures of our great community, and they've got a lot of good information. So we're combining what we have with what they have to make sure that we get something in front of them that perhaps plants a seed. But our goal is to really treat them as a focus group. We want to hear from them. What do you think about this? Is this a strategy or is this a community that you think makes sense for you? If so, what do you like about it? If not, why? So that when we're going forward to identify the next 5 and the next 5, we kind of begin to zero in on those key decision drivers that these companies factor in when they're thinking about an expansion or a relocation. So the follow-up is underway. The communication has been sent. We'll be reaching out to each of them individually, hoping to schedule a moment of their time. Ideally, what we would like to do is get to the point where we can hold a FAM tour, which is jargon for a familiarization tour, where we bring them to the community to actually take them on a tour and to showcase all that we have to offer in our community. And we would love to get to a point where we've got 2 or 3 that are really committed to doing that and to sort of peeling back the layers of the onion to learn more. So my goal is to have, by the end of the year, that feedback in hand, a reaction from those 5, and hopefully more than that, and to know definitively whether or not this target industry makes sense for our community. Now, certainly, I'm talking to folks here in our community that are involved in the fishing industry, as you would expect. And I've gotten some good thoughts there about, hey, you might want to talk to so-and-so, or, yeah, the guy down the street has a product that he, has a supplier located elsewhere. So I can't emphasize enough how important that is as you all interface with people in the community. Please get the word out that this is something that we're seriously evaluating. And we want to, have a good, thorough analysis that's completely vetted before we pull the trigger on making it official, if you will, because when we commit to a target, we're committed. And we want to make certain that we put our resources in the right place, because just like the city, we have limited resources. So all of that's to say that we're excited about going further with this, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Before I open it up for questions, I will shift gears very quickly just to let you all know that we have EDC Roundtable announced on September 21st. You all should have gotten communication about that. But as a reminder, you all as public officials have the $10 registration fee opportunity versus the $25 fee for breakfast. And we would love to have you with us. We're going to be celebrating the Great American Defense Community designation that our community garnered earlier this year, and really highlighting some of the organizations like the Fisher House and Career Source and others who are part of that fabric of our Great American Defense community. So, thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nathan, and thank you, sir, for being here. Andrew, I believe I didn't catch the last name. I apologize. As always, we really appreciate your coming, and I love what you're doing with this sort of reaching out and trying to grasp some different sectors of the industry. I think that's fantastic. I did want to ask you, because I know one of the primary goals for you all, as well as for us as a city and council, was diversity and trying to bring in different jobs, different industries, et cetera. And I went back and I looked at your presentation from 2014, and I was just comparing it to the one tonight. And I noticed, I mean, obviously there have been tremendous strides made in manufacturing, engineering, but one thing I noticed is some of the numbers have decreased and the number of categories has decreased. And I wonder if you changed the categories, or what are your thoughts on that?
So if we could go back to the pie chart graphs, please. I don't know who's got, so this is the one you're referring to, I would imagine? Okay, so this is the current day glimpse. So right now, manufacturing is, of course, the big kahuna, the green section you see there. Manufacturing has grown in our overall pipeline, but there is ebb and flow, and that's one thing to point out. This is a snapshot in time. Our project pipeline can change in some cases weekly. And so it's really, I try to identify trends, but I often end up pulling my hair out because it's really dependent upon what sectors at that point in time are contacting us or that we're interfacing with who have projects, expansion projects or relocation projects or retention projects. Keep in mind some of the activity you see up here are businesses that are here already that are looking to expand, and in some cases those are competitive expansions where they're thinking about not only expanding in Okaloosa County but maybe a site they have somewhere else, and that's a different situation for us. But it really is, there's tremendous ebb and flow. We tend to hover right around, as you may have noticed in the time I've been doing these updates, in the 18 to 25 project neighborhood. One thing that we've done in the 3 years I've been on board is really tightening the definition of a project. If the phone rings and somebody says we might have interest, well, that's not a project. It's somebody who has actually gone to the next level and requested a formal proposal from us, and that they're in the process of evaluating that proposal, and we're in the process of responding to maybe other questions that they have. It's gotten beyond the warm lead stage and gotten to a point where we feel like we can truly call it a project that is considering our community or considering expanding in our local area.
I noticed one thing that had dropped, and it's actually not on anything tonight, was the Homeland Security.
Right.
But aerospace and defense has increased.
Right.
So is that an example of the wax and wane, or did you merge Homeland Security into aerospace?
Right now, we don't have any active Homeland Security projects. We did at one point in time, in fact, one located in Destin a couple of years ago, as you may remember. But we don't have any of those at this point in time. However, an argument could be made that some of those are going to be in the defense arena. Not always, as we found, but in some cases they could be called defense companies and might have a better home in the aerospace and defense category. One thing that I have also been working toward is, you'll see, it's not up there now, but the other category is up there. The other category used to be, in some cases, larger because we were seeing projects that didn't fit into one of those neat buckets. And so we're not wanting to create too many layers of the pie, if you will, because it gets really confusing. But certainly other is something that we don't like to showcase too often because it really doesn't tell you all anything. We would love to be able to say, well, with another we have a project that's in this industry or that industry, but when there's just one, it becomes a little bit challenging.
Well, once again, thank you so much. I really appreciate the initiative and the desire to continue bringing in and finding new industry and projects for the area, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dixon?
I was just going to congratulate you on a well put together program, and you did a very good job yourself, so don't sell yourself short. So did a very good job. I think this is very good. I think this is along the lines of what we need, and we are very much a fishing community, and if we could get something of this order in here, I think it would be fantastic. We just want to say good job.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Foreman?
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Andrew. You all did a great job.
Thank you.
A couple of things I might mention. When you get to that part where they have some interest in coming here on your fam tour,
Yes, sir.
probably a fishing trip would work.
I think so. That would go hand in hand.
For starters, and the right person might be the guy that's a county commissioner who's also got a boat.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because tomorrow, we have a site selection consultant in town who advises businesses on where to put facilities. Tomorrow at 2:30, we will be taking advantage of our county commission chairman's kindness.
Okay.
And he'll be taking us out on the water to showcase the best of our community.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
It was a wonderful presentation. I really like kind of where y'all are going with this. I want a job where they'll send me to ICAST. I'm sure that was really hard work. But I think one company that really fascinates me here is Boat Board.
Yes.
And they've done tremendously well, and I have a lot of friends who are employed with them, and they're providing great jobs, and they're local. They're innovative, and I think that they would really complement any fishing industry company that y'all could potentially bring down here.
Thank you, and I agree. I don't know if you're aware, but the EDC had a manufacturing roundtable back in the spring where Boat was one of the companies that we featured.
No further questions? Thank you very much for your hard work on behalf of the city of Destin and Okaloosa County. Thanks for being here. Councilmember Braden, I think you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Where are we at with the comp plan? Haven't heard about that in a while.
We have issued a RFP to hire a planner and/or planning firm to come in to write the comp plan amendments for council. And I'm not sure, when does that close? Do we know? Couple more weeks. And then we'll go ahead and open the proposals and vet the applicants and bring that forward to council for your discussion and approval.
What happened to the county outfit we had that came and did the presentation, and we made some recommendations, and they brought that back? What happened to that?
The Regional Planning Council?
Yes.
Yes, that was the workshop, and that's what we have. Mr. Shirley had brought forth some of the near-term items that we could do right away, and that's in progress right now. And then for the rest of the comp plan amendments, that's why we have the RFP for the outside planner and/or planning firm to write those comp plan amendments for the council to review. So the first step would be for the council to approve the firm, and then the second step would be for the council to review and approve the comp plan amendments as written by this firm before it actually goes to the state for approval.
And we still can't do anything, or where are we at with the LDC?
The land development codes?
Yes, rewriting that, we still...
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Steve Schmidt to come up and address that one.
Because they'll forget.
Basically, we're, in terms of aligning the land development codes, we had retained somebody to help us get that done after the original comp plan approval. With the change in the proposed comp plan, we've kind of had to, we're having to change his contract. And in the meantime, there's been some other proposed changes to the land development code to basically change some of the for instance, short-term rental requirements and that sort of thing. So we're trying to basically accumulate all that and renegotiate with the consultant that we initially targeted to do those land development code changes. So it's kind of been a moving target, so that slowed us down a little bit.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're still moving full steam ahead on that. After the, put it lightly, the embarrassing hearing we had Thursday night on the porta potty, have we not already started some kind of ordinance on porta potties that make you have to have those permitted?
It is our intent, sir, to do a porta potty permitting. It's part of a larger project to do some special event permitting procedures for the city. But it is in the works right now to establish a permitting policy/procedure for putting porta potties in the city.
Okay, thank you. And somehow there's confusion about parcel B, about that the city has no jurisdiction over that. Does anybody know anything about that? Do we not have jurisdiction over that? We have it labeled HDR, but we have no jurisdiction? Is that true?
No, we have jurisdiction over it. It's within the comp plan, and it's within the city limits. It's covered by the comp plan and the zoning code.
So we do have jurisdiction over parcel B? Because I've gotten emails and stuff that says otherwise, that, I guess.
Well, I suppose that the question is, what is the issue to know where our jurisdiction lies? Because it is private property, so there are some things that the private property owner can do with their parcel. However, it does reside in the city and therefore comes under the jurisdiction of our land development codes and code of ordinances and our zoning restrictions. So I guess the question is, if you know the activity involved, then we can better answer that question.
Okay. I'll get back to that one at a later date. Apparently we have some council meetings that aren't up online. Does anybody know when that may be back up and running? Specifically, April 18th, 2016, Part 1 is missing.
We weren't aware of that, but I'm going to have Webb look into that immediately. Could you repeat that date for me, sir?
April 18th.
April 18th, okay.
Part 1, thank you. The only other thing I wanted was what I was bringing up earlier about our LPA. This whole issue that we were talking about earlier with or on Main Street. At that LPA meeting, staff and Mr. Shirley tried to convince them that what they were wanting to do was not, I guess in this whole packet that we've received, is not in our comp plan, land code, but some of the individuals on that council or on that committee made the statement that, well, he's a nice guy, he does clean business, I'm actually a customer of his, so I'm just going to go ahead and approve it or allow it. And that's how that whole vote from three for it and 3 against it came up. We don't need people on our committees that are just, well, I like the guy, runs a good business. So I don't care if the staff and the attorney is telling us it's against the ordinance, land code, comp plan, I'm going to go ahead and recommend it. Because if it got recommended and got approved and came to us, chances are we were going to approve it. And that just starts a whole bunch of chaos. So like I said before, I'd really encourage all of you to go to some of these committees and just stick your head in and listen I have several of them, and it's really an eye-opener what goes on. And like I say, we put them there, and we're the only ones that can take them off. And we depend on them. I mean, they let them do a great job. But when we have committee members that are just taking it upon themselves to say, well, I like the guy, so I'm just going to go ahead and recommend it. And you have two more that go along with him, and luckily he had three that stuck to the guns and stayed with the comp plan. And what we've passed in the past, it failed. So, other than that, I'm going to leave that one alone right now, and that's all I have, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Dixon.
I'm sorry, I am glad to know that you go to the meetings, but I was told that it was not legal for city council members to go to these meetings, and I'd kind of like to get clarification about that, here tonight, because I got to tell you, I've steered away from going to these meetings because I was told it's a violation of some kind. And so if that's not, then I've been instructed wrong, and I just wanted to see whether or not that is true, or if there's a problem with city council members attending these type meetings.
The issue, in my view, I'm going to tell you my view of how this should work, is that if it's a quasi-judicial meeting, such as a Board of Adjustment meeting, where the board is actually adjudicating, then it's better. Now, Mr. Councilor Braden was at the special magistrate meeting the other night, and Mr. Matthews and I actually approached the special magistrate at sidebar and made sure that he was okay with Councilor Braden being there. And he, he's a retired judge. He's seen it and heard it all, and so he was perfectly fine with it. And so we wanted just to make sure. But it is possible that somebody might feel intimidation or something like that. So it has been the practice at adjudicatory hearings for Mr. Miller and myself to recommend to council members that they not attend. But where the local planning agency is involved, or you've got an inferior agency that is making a recommendation, you can attend that. We recommend that you not attempt to influence the decision by speaking and addressing the group. You'll have your chance when it comes to you, of course. And that you not sit beside another council member during the meeting, because there may be an appearance that is a sunshine law violation.
Okay, that explains it. So it's not a violation unless it's a quasi-judicial hearing.
Yes, we're worried. I'm concerned. My concern is there may be a due process violation, because it may somehow influence the decision maker in a way that is different than they might have otherwise decided.
Well, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have, and Mr.
Question?
Yeah, and question and answer, and Mr. Foreman may go along with me, since we're the two elders up here as far as years on the council. We were advised that one of the things we do is when we have advisory committees, such as the LPA, Public Works and all that, they are exactly that, advisory committees. If we attend, I was under the impression and was told many years ago, if we attend those meetings, then we ourselves could be in a situation of a biased opinion based upon what we hear there without the full report that we get from the various committees. And therefore, it subjects us to possible lawsuits, depending on what it is, and Mr. Shirley's correct about quasi-judicials, but it substitutes the council for making an opinion before all the facts are heard and then comes back to us, because most of the things that go before those committees come back to us for decisions to be made. And if we go to certain meetings and we see something and our mind's already made up when we get up here, when that report comes to us, then we end up at a possibility of having legal action taken against us for one reason or another. So that's the advice that I was given when I first joined council in 2000, and I've tried to follow that. There are occasions where there is something such as Ms. Trammell instigated a plan for reports and stuff, and so she went to all the committees with the council's approval to do certain things. And as far as the the actions of other council members, I'm just saying it's just not the right idea because it puts you up to the possibility of you giving an opinion that somebody could take to court and say, well, you made your opinion up before you actually was on official council business. That's just my opinion, and I will not attend to those meetings simply because I want to have a clear mind when it comes to me up here on this dais.
Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually started attending the meetings different committee meetings soon after I was elected, and I actually was asked to leave by our former city attorney a couple times. I sought outside legal opinion and was told essentially what Mr. Shirley just said, that essentially as long as we're not speaking and sitting with another council member and influencing what's going on, that we're okay. In fact, I disagree with Mr. Marler entirely because I view attending those meetings as part of the fact-gathering process. You've got to gather your information. That's part of the process. Certainly, they provide us with information, which is great, but just like when you attend our meetings, if you just read the minutes, you wouldn't get a clear picture of everything that transpired during the course of the meeting. So that's just my thoughts.
Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I don't, like Mr. Ramswell said, I just use it as a information, gathering, trying to get everything that's going on. And like I said before, we elect those members and put them on those committees, and we're the only ones can take them off. And if you ever just go sit and listen to one just to see what your committee's doing and how they're operating, you have a better grasp on things of what's going on. For us just to sit up here and take their word for it, there you go, it's a great example. You got committee members up there saying, well, forget what the council passed, forget the comp plan, forget the, land code. I like the guy, so I'm gonna let him do it. And then the next guy comes along and he says, well, I don't know this guy, so, can't make the recommendation. So, yeah, I'm gonna continue to go to him. I can. I'm not breaking any law or anything else. I'm going to continue to go to them. If the fact of me sitting in a room is going to make them do something, do the honest thing, there's nothing wrong with that. They're sure not going to do something wrong with, break the law with me sitting there. I just don't get it. They do their job, and then I'll come to the council and I'll do my job. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Foreman.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things on this that I have to comment. I agree with Mr. Marler that maybe technically you're not violating any sunshine law or anything like that, but certainly by your presence, you're diverting attention from the program. The second part of it is that all of us get copies of the minutes of those meetings. Every one of us get copies of all the minutes. Well, they should. That may be a problem. If the minutes are not reflecting accurately what's happening at the meeting, then we should take a look at that part of it. I think it's important that, and the other thing is that every member of every committee is appointed by the whole council, not by any particular council member. You're not nominating them, but the whole council does, in fact, approve the appointment of an individual committee member. I don't have any problem. Another thing I've done over a period of years, there's nothing that prevents any committee member from calling me on the telephone and discussing if they have a problem with a particular issue, or maybe they're having some personality problems within the committee that we don't know about. Then there's nothing, I don't have any problem if they pick up the phone and say, this is not working right. Something is going on there, and I think you should pay attention to it, at which time I would do that. But I'm a little bit reluctant to get involved. I'd love to attend some of the meetings, particularly the advisory committees on the CRA. There, I think there's some really important things to get done there, but I've said what.
Go ahead. Just what you said just a minute ago, Councilmember Foreman, is a committee member allowed to call us and talk to us about a particular issue?
Yes,
Okay,
you're on
Thank
a different board.
thank you.
One further clarification, and I've been doing the same thing. I've attended some of the meetings, mostly out of ignorance. Some of these committees, didn't know exactly what they really did. And as a new member of the council, I attended several, and I got the same advice from the previous city attorney, and then sought some outside advice and got basically what Mr. Shirley had just said, and have felt comfortable doing it. The only clarification I'd like to ask, what if a majority of the council would show up at one of these meetings? Would that change your opinion at all?
If that began happening, I think it would be time for the city council to have another discussion like this and decide whether there should be a policy on attending those meetings. But until there's an actual problem with that, then I don't think it's anything to be concerned with. You may be the only ones in attendance at one of these meetings.
So far, that's been the case. But
occasionally, right, occasionally they're poorly attended.
Normally, that's exactly the way it is, but at the judicial committee, we did have a quorum in the room, and that's why I brought that up.
Yeah, I should also mention, if it's going to be something that's a quasi-judicial proceeding that you hear before the city council, then you shouldn't attend any inferior meetings that deal with it, because it exposes you to the issue before you hear the evidence that'll be brought before you in your own tribunal. So, but you haven't had any one of those in quite some time. It'll only be occasionally a small map rezoning or something like that will be quasi-judicial.
And a magistrate hearing would not normally be expected to come before us
No,
at any point.
It never would, right.
Councilmember Dixon? Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one thing on the agenda tonight, and it was my request for an advance for the travel per diem. I'll be traveling this week for the League of Cities Annual Conference. I serve as Chair of Growth Management and Economic Affairs, and we're wrapping up last year and beginning a new year.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion to approve. I have a second. Any discussion?
I got one question. It says she wants it for August 17th, and then it says next scheduled check run. Is that going to be before she leaves? I'm just curious, because otherwise it needs to go to that other checkbox.
We can cut a check tomorrow, not a problem.
No further discussion? Call for the vote. Mr. Dixon? Unanimous, yes.
Thank y'all. And I did have one other question. I know our former city manager had brought the idea of a magistrate to us, I believe it was last year, and we went through the process. Something wrong? Okay, sorry, I thought I was doing something wrong. So our former city manager had brought the idea of a magistrate to us last year, and we, I guess, rested our board at the time. And I was just wondering, we were going to discuss sort of the success of it and whether we thought it was working. And I was curious as to what the measurements of success are and when we might revisit that, and if it was sort of what the plan was.
Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Please.
Unfortunately, I was not aware that the magistrate was a temporary or trial period, and I'm not aware of any measures of success that were set in place. However, that said, I will be happy to go back to staff and see if there was any discussion about that, but at this point in time, I'm afraid I'm unable to answer your question.
I actually have some additional information on it because I've been privy to some discussions. Mr. Remington mentioned to me before the hearing the other night that he and Mr. Casella had discussed doing it for about a year and then having a discussion about whether, about how it was working out. That the year, so now it's been over a year. And so I expect in the near future that he will have a discussion with the city manager about how he worked out as special magistrate. And, he gave me the feeling that, he may not continue doing it. So I don't know, I don't know how that's going to work out. But I should say that even though we didn't win the other night, that we had prevailed on all of our code enforcements with him up until that hearing. So, he's been overall very supportive of his staff position, almost uniformly, but not quite.
Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the magistrate's working. I just don't think Mr. Remington's working for us. And I would like to get a copy of his contract if I can, please. I don't think it's right for a magistrate to sit there and try to justify the reasoning, for what's on the night's topic of the porta potty. That's not his, But anyway, I'd like a copy of his contract, please. Thank you.
Yes, I'll make sure that is made available to all of council members.
Great, and if you wouldn't mind looking into some sort of review or follow-up. I'm not sure who else would be involved in that other than Judge Remington, but who else is in attendance at those meetings that could give an unbiased opinion as to how things have been working and et cetera?
Does that imply that my opinion would not be?
Oh, no. I mean, obviously you, but I didn't know if there was a group.
I've been there every time. Our code enforcement department personnel have been there at all of the meetings. Mr. Forgione and Ms. Gates. And so.
Perfect.
And when we had his initial orientation meeting, we had a group of staff together at that meeting. It included code enforcement staff. It included planning staff, myself, Mr. Miller, and Mr. Casella.
Great. Well, there you go. Maybe if we can involve all of them in the process of reviewing, or maybe just a feedback or something of that nature. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Dixon.
Yes, thank you. I think I've got some pictures that I want to pull up, and there we go. And kind of keep clicking through there. I want to show, okay, that's showing it pretty good right there. Yeah, nothing's wrong with that picture, I guess. This email, there you go, that's the best picture. Please leave it right there for just a couple of minutes. I think everybody on the council got this email today. I had a picture emailed to me with this sailboat about a week ago, I guess. And basically, this sailboat has been in this same exact location for estimated 2 years. And what's happened is, and I know we're addressing this, I know we talked about it earlier tonight, but this, whatever it is here, is, I guess, renting out wave runners and kayaks and everything. This is on our piece of property. And I don't know what to do with this whole situation other than we're trying to adopt an ordinance now that will hopefully take care of it. I can't believe that an ordinance isn't in place already to deal with this kind of stuff, but this aggravates me to no end. This is our land that's being utilized for a camp out, I guess, for this sailboat. They're pulling stuff up there, renting it out. It's just not fair. People can't take a moonlight stroll along the shoreline there because of this camp that's set up here, and it just, this kind of stuff is what makes us look so bad. It cheapens us up to no end. What is going on with the sewage from this boat? I can tell you what's going on with it, but you don't want to hear it, I'm sure. And the fact is that we cannot continue to allow this kind of a setup. And I hope that the ordinance that we're talking about now is going to fix some of this stuff, but I don't want to wait until this ordinance is complete. I think this right now is a violation. And, you know, I think we have to do something about it. I think that our residents deserve better than that. I feel like that this is basically taking advantage of a situation that is maybe we don't have a remedy for right yet, but I think we can put some pressure on this. This sailboat, and what I'm told, has been there for, like I said, 2 years and has not moved from this place. Doubtful that motor that sticks off the back of it even runs. So where are they taking their sewage? What is going on with that? You know, we get our water quality test, and you know, the harbor, you know, fails a lot of times, and it's because of stuff like this. If we don't get something in place, and I mean soon, we're going to have 50 of these things, and they're going to be dotting our shorelines. Even if they walk out into the water to do their transactions, they're still on city property, and it's disturbing. As I said before, just the fact that the sewage is basically, I'm sure, just being pumped right out of the boat. There is no way that this boat has ever left there to transport their sewage 9 miles out, 11 miles out, to be able to dump it like it should be dumped. So, you know, with that, I hope that we can put some teeth in this harbor master position that we're going to try to create to prevent things like this. And, you know, so this is something I hope we can take care of, like immediately, to go down there and see, do they have a business license to operate this? And I was told that today that somebody from code enforcement or somebody at the city had been down and take a look at this. But this is horrible, y'all. This is what is going on with the city of Destin. This is what cheapens us up, and this is what makes it where people do not want to come back and visit here. It's terrible, and it needs to be remedied.
Mayor,
Yes,
may I add some additional information, sir?
please.
Okay. Councilman Dixon, I apologize, sir, if you had not received the email. It did not go out until about between 3:15 and 3:30 today to the council, because I had just gotten a response from Mr. David Baslak, who had gone down there and inspected it. The first thing that I do need to bring up is that this is not the city's property. This is a strip of land, and we're putting up the map now. See inside the red there? That's owned by Point One LLC, so that is private property. I can tell you, though, that Mr. Baslak has contacted the representative for that private property and has made him aware of what's going on down there, and we are working with the private property owner right now as he considers putting up no trespassing signs, in which case Okaloosa County Sheriff would then be able to enforce the no trespassing. The person who's living on their boat, the boat is tied up at the private property. It's not a city park area, and it's living on a boat is not prohibited by our code of ordinances as long as the vessel has notified the city and provided pertinent information. And the owner of this particular vessel had previously provided staff all of the contact information, including cell phone, registration number, and waste disposal plan. The gentleman has a portable holding tank on board that can be removed and properly disposed of at an upland facility. Of course, we have his word that that's what he's doing, but we have no evidence to the contrary at this time. Again, you know, if it was a park property, we could absolutely, they would be gone now. But it is privately held property, and we're hoping that Mr. Paul Wyant, the representative for the private property, will indeed decide to post trespassing signs, in which case the sheriff's office can then enforce keeping people off of that beach.
Okay, I was under the understanding that many years ago, that that strip of land was somehow deeded to the city in return for something back when Chuck Meister was working as a city engineer. And so I want to make sure that we check all that very good and make sure that that's not city property, because it still could be. But anyway, it's a horrible situation that if we don't get it rectified, it's just other people are going to add to it. And even if it is on private property, I'm pretty sure that there's no commercial activity in that specific area. So commercial activities right there, in my opinion, would be a violation of city ordinances.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. If there was commercial activity on the private property without a business tax receipt, that would absolutely be enforceable by the city. Mr. Baslak, when he went down there, he did not see any evidence of commercial activity. However, that said, we are working with Mr. Wyant. If we can have him trespass the area, then nobody will be able to be on that strip of beach. However, if it is not trespass, if it does not have a trespass sign on it, if Mr. Wyant, as a representative, they decide not to go that route, and we do find evidence of commercial activity there, then indeed the property owner can be cited for allowing a business to operate without a BTR. So at this point, working with the property owner, we're hoping that they will agree to put up no trespassing signs.
Okay, and just so we know that one visit down there will not determine that. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this, and from what I've heard, basically that's a staging area for the people that do rent the stuff, and I'm pretty sure the people that are renting the stuff have no kind of business tax receipt of any kind. So please keep on top of this. This is something I feel like is very, very much something we do not need within the city. Thank you.
With your indulgence, could I ask David Schuessler, being as you're their next door neighbor, does that remain, everything on the beach, is that remaining there 24 hours a day? Is it staying there at night? Do we have ordinances that the beaches have to be cleared for the beach cleaning services?
Not on private property, sir.
Not on the harbor side. I know on the Gulf side you do.
Yes, on the Gulf side, we do have the beach management ordinance, and items left abandoned on the beach can be picked up and impounded basically by the city.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schuessler, before you start, is this something that we can do for the harbor side and the pass side of this, if we need to?
Yes, the beach management ordinance would need to, the descriptor of where it applies would simply need to be extended to include this particular area.
Okay, so I'm all for that, whatever it needs to do. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Schuessler.
It's okay. Point One's property had an upland retaining wall that was with their development order. Upland retaining wall is like an edge of a sandbox. You build that edge, keeps the sand in. That's what an upland retaining wall is. Point One went to the city, to Hank Ballard, and said, we would like to move our upland retaining wall to water's edge. And in return, we will give you 100 feet of right-of-way from water's edge back. If that was done, they moved their upland retaining wall, say just from here down to water's edge. Okay? If you'll look at some of those pictures, you will see a little bit further back, or the one that you just had. Go back one more, please. Okay, you'll see that the far right-hand corner, you'll see a concrete cap. That is Point One's property line, right there. Okay, there is a small gap that's where that pontoon boat is on the right. Part of that is owned by my building. Part of it is owned by the marina. Okay? That's where people park over here in the parking lot, and they come down. Now, if you'll go back down with some of the other pictures that showed, not that one, yes, people walk down there to get around instead of walking the main part of the Noriega Point or Point 1, Gaelic Point's property, whatever you want to call it. They have to traverse over a line that, with a block, you'll see it right there. That's their anchor. They have to walk past the blue and walk through that blue tent, which is on this 100 feet right of way that the city agreed to take and gave to Point 1. That's what I don't understand. If the city took 100-foot right of way in return for moving that upland retaining wall to water's edge, doesn't the city own that property if they took the right of way from it, right?
I think what we need to do is look at some of the historic records that we've got to find out exactly who owns this. And no matter who owns it, though, I don't think that is allowable. It's not in a commercial area. It's not zoned for it, and it's not good. So anyway,
Can Mr. Schmidt, can you enlighten us on anything on this? Is that true?
We've looked into this. We've got a legal description that was conveyed to the city. We've plotted that out on a survey, and to the absolute best of our knowledge, the 100-foot city right-of-way terminates basically at the retaining wall, which is, at this point at least, an upland retaining wall. If you look at the map that's up there now, that's a copy of the Okaloosa County Property Appraiser's map. You'll see the two yellow lines. That's the right-of-way line as plot. There's a yellow line that's approximately, it's 100 feet from the red line that's the southwest side of that red area. And as best we can tell, that is the right-of-way line, and that is pretty much right on the existing seawall.
So the individual owns from the seawall north to the water.
That's what the property appraiser's map shows. And in fact, we did some research on that, and apparently the property to the southwest of that is owned by Gaelic Point LLC, and that was acquired through a foreclosure process from the bank, but the bank had released that little strip along the harbor side prior to the foreclosure proceeding, and so it was not included in the foreclosure, which is why you have two ownerships there now, with that little strip being owned by Point 1 LLC, the original owner.
okay, well, either way, it's a not an allowable use of the property, even if it is privately owned. So whatever we can do with this, please, as soon as possible.
Mayor.
Mr. Marler. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you scroll back to the photo of the close-up of all the stuff on the beach? Yeah, so this area is zoned HDR, and according to our maps, it looks like it's part of the Holiday Isle planning area. There is it specifically states that all non-residential uses are prohibited. So whether they're accepting money or sort of exactly what we were talking about earlier, I think that applies, but more than anything, if this extends past all that stuff, did we not just tighten up the restrictions for private property in terms of what is allowable? Now, this wouldn't be a yard, but it's private property, and could we not go that route in terms of the number of things allowed?
That is very possible, but if I could go back to my original statement, we contacted the property owner's representative today. This is the first time that the property owner had been aware that their property had been used in this way. we forwarded the pictures to the property owner. The property owner has shown interest in putting up no trespassing signs. We're currently working with the property owner. I would really like to give that property owner the opportunity to do the right thing, to put up no trespassing so that this activity cannot happen, or else the sheriff's office would intervene and tell them to leave. Now, in the event that the property owner decides that they do not want to go that route, yes, there are other things that we can do to move that away, but again, I know that there's a very strong feeling about property rights in the community, and I would really like to give the property owner the opportunity to basically clean up the mess. If they do not, then we will step in.
Great. Well, you know what, and I don't want to step into this battle tonight, but again, this is Holiday Isle Planning Area, and it's HDR, and we're sitting here all discussing the fact that there's no commercial activity. Well, if you go right around the little bend there over by Osteen, we've got the same exact problem.
Okay, but
But we won't jump into that right now.
okay.
I would like to
Councilmember-
see, if you could, and I'll end mine, if you would, Mayor. I would like to see their plan on what they say they're going to do by docking that or anchoring that. They're not anchored, they actually got their anchor line in on somebody's property. I don't know if it's ours or somebody else's. But I would like to see how it is they're handling their sewage. So whatever it is, I want to see that permit that we issued, and I want to see how it is they say they're going to handle that.
Councilmember Marler.
First off, with all respect to the city staff, I'm sure the property owner does know what's going on. But the issue that I have is, well, I'm guessing the sand now from the upland seawall is attrition. And then the other thing I'm curious about is, that boat burned last year. Why is it still sitting there, private property or not? That boat hull burned last year. I watched the fire. So I wanted to know why that's still there, and somebody hadn't done something about that too.
I'm done. Thank you.
Can I get back into line?
Yes, sir, I'm done. Thank you. I started up and up.
Councilmember Foreman.
Well, we're continuing to solve problems, I can tell. The thing I wanted to mention, I just want to briefly mention the fact that I represent the city on a number of committees at the county and regional level. And I want to give you just a little thumbnail of one, the bed tax, which is brought up frequently in the newspaper and other sources about how the bid taxes ought to be used for various reasons that would support like the infrastructure or the law enforcement and that sort of thing. Well, there's a good article in Florida Trends this month, if you have access to it, on the whole subject. It discusses the background, discusses the legislature making some changes to this particular law. What it does say in there, there's only one county in Florida that's really benefited lately from the bed tax, and that's Okaloosa. We were able to get the ability, or budgeted, we were able to get funds for law enforcement and public safety for the first time. That's the only one in the state of Florida. And so this year, hopefully we'll see some funding of those particular actions. On the transportation front, we're on the priorities list for the connector. We're number 2 on the priorities list, which means that at some point in time, in, I won't say the near future, but in the relative near future, we'll see state funding for the road that goes through the city and connects to the bridge. So there's some things going on there at the regional and local level that will help us greatly, I think. And if there's anyone that's interested in attending these meetings with me, then by all means get in touch with me, and I'll make you my personal guest. That's all I have.
Councilmember Marler.
Thank you, Mayor. I know our city engineer is not here tonight, because in the budget workshop we mentioned when we were talking about the flooding areas around near 3rd Street, 2nd Street, 1st Street, and so I'll hold off on that until our engineer's back, because I had some questions on that for the budget part. I'm going to revisit just a couple of things, and then I'll be done. Mr. Braden brought up an interesting point about the committees and stuff that we do. We as a council do appoint each and every one of those people on the committees. The problem I see is that if you're going to stack the deck, then everybody's going to agree with what we decide up here, and then again, we're going to be looking at the city being sued. The whole point of the committees is diversity. Yes, there'll be committee members who like a certain person or something like that, but it all comes back to the fact that that's what the diversity is all about. If we wanted to that bad, we could disband all the committees and make all our own decisions, and then go from there and hope the legal system works for us. I mean, I just feel that if we're going to stack the deck, that's fine. You know, if that's what you want to do, and sit back and watch a lot of lawsuits. That's the whole point of the committees, the diversity. We get the forms back or we get the minutes from them, and from there we can make decisions when it comes to us, especially our advisory committees on the CRAs and the LPA. That being said, and as far as with Judge Remington, I understand that a lot of people did not like the decision that was made. We pay the attorneys, we pay the judge. But again, it was brought to my attention that there were some mistakes made by the city staff and previous city manager that caused the judge to possibly make that decision. That being said, if you're going to continue to just keep making it like I said, if you want to continue to stack the deck and make everybody agree with whatever a council member wants up here, then we're not doing our job properly, because again, we're legislative, not administrative, and that's up to our city manager and our city staff to do that. So I guess my last point is this: what's going to happen when we disagree with our city manager? Is that going to be the next step down, because we've already gotten rid of one attorney because nobody agreed with them? I'm trying to do this right. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I think we're not doing our job up here right. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Destin.
So some of you will like this follow-up. I don't have anything to say, so I'm moving on and hand over the floor to my fellow council member.
Councilmember Morgan, you have the rest of the evening.
Thank you. I met with the arborist that's helping us with the tree ordinance. I don't know if y'all have heard from him yet, but I think he's making progress, and I do think it was a good decision to use him instead of the attorney, not just to save money, but I do think we'll get this done sooner than we think, and he's really excited about it, which is nice to see. I had Kim send an email that was sent to me today about a pontoon boat, and again, I know I sound like a broken record, but if y'all go to the photos on that email, there's nothing to distinguish this pontoon boat from Mr. Marler's pontoon boat from a rental company's. And, you know, we just need to streamline regulations to, not only is it incredibly dangerous and, I mean, the email was kind of horrifying, but, you know, it just emphasizes the need to get something done on this issue, and not to be against the water sports industry, but really it is a safety issue, and as these water sport companies proliferate and as their fleets increase, it continues. It's only going to compound the public safety issue. And Mr. Schmidt, while I have you, and I meant to ask you this during the CRA, we were talking about the .1 property, and I got on the property appraiser's website, And is one of the reasons that the CRA is not performing like we want it to, my property values at my house, but in the tax appraiser's office, my property taxes were up 31%, or my assessed value. And it doesn't reflect that on the harbor. Is that one of the reasons why the CRA numbers are depressed?
I suspect you're probably homesteaded.
Sure.
And there's a Save Our Homes legislation that keeps the annual tax rate basically at the lower of, I think it's 3% or the current cost of living. So so if yours went up 31% in a year, you'd probably still be, as a homesteader, limited to, a maximum of 3%. So that's one issue. There's also some additional legislation on commercial properties that keeps it at a minimum or at a maximum of 10% annually. So, so the legislature has limited the amount of increase we can have from year to year, both on homesteaded and non-homesteaded properties. So that's one factor, but then there's other, parts of the city, other parts of the harbor that have not gone up as much as your house did. So so it's a number of factors, and that's not the only one.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 10 till. If everyone will return to their seats, I believe we're ready to go.
This is worse.
Mr. Shirley, comments?
No comments from the interim city attorney or the land use attorney this evening. Thank you.
Options for paid parking. Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, Mayor. The discussion of paid parking has come before the council at two other regular meetings, once on November 16th in 2015, and then another time in April 18th, 2016. But recent changes to the council's thought process has brought me to the conclusion that this may be the time to look at the paid parking option one more time. I've asked Mr. Smith to take those other two reports and condense them into a short, comprehensive report that talks about different options of paid parking systems, and then looking at where the public parking in the city is and where paid parking might be a viable solution. What we're looking for today from the council is direction on where would you like to see paid parking. And if we're just looking at a single beta site for, say, a year, then that's all right too. But we would like some sort of direction. Where would you like to see paid parking? We can recommend the best parking system for that particular area or areas, and then we would like a motion from the council to direct me to come back with a definitive parking plan with all of the details worked out that the council can then review, discuss, and vote on. And I would like Mr. Smith to briefly talk about the parking systems, the parking areas, and then answer any questions you might have.
Basically, obviously the parking meters are pretty much going out of service. It's gotten harder and harder to get parts and repair those things, and they're the newer styles of parking controls have. For a while there, it was digital pay stations, and those digital pay stations can be fairly expensive, and so you have to be pretty careful that when you're designing a parking system that you don't have an extremely linear area, for instance, where you wind up having to put a lot of digital pay stations in, because at $10,000 a pop or so, they get fairly tough to pay for. But with those digital pay stations, you have various options. You have a pay and display, in which you'd go to the pay station, you'd buy a ticket, you'd take it back to your car and put it on your dashboard. That's fairly easy for an enforcement officer to monitor and control, but it can be a little inconvenient for the customer because they're walking back and forth, and if it's a long way from where they want to go, then they're going to end up doing a lot of walking, and they're going to resist that. Pay by space requires that the parking spaces be lined and numbered. It saves the customer from having to go back and put a ticket on their dash, because they can basically just enter their space number. And so in some locations that works very well. And that with pay by licenses is another way where they can basically enter their license number. It's a little harder on the the enforcement officer, because you've got to go check license plates basically. But those are the three ways that typically work with digital pay stations. Some locations, like the Marlar parking lot, would lend themselves very well to a pay by space system. For instance, you just go out there and number the spaces, put the one pay station at the southwest corner of the lot, closest to the crosswalk, where the majority of the people that are using the lot going down to the harbor would actually be traveling that direction anyway, and it'd be easy to stop and pay for their space. One of the newer types of basically it's a mobile payment for parking system. And this basically, with this system, you don't have to buy the pay stations. You can actually, for instance, Passport Parking is one of the ones, I guess one of the primary ones that does this. And they will literally come in and you still have to have the spaces striped and numbered, but basically they come in and give you a zone number for your parking lot. They provide all the signage and that sort of thing you need, and people that are parking in the parking lot can literally just go in, put in the zone number, their parking space, and indicate how much they want to pay on a smartphone or a tablet, and create their their own, basically pay for their own parking with their smartphone. One of the advantages that has that is really shared by some of the mobile parking system, the pay stations, if you get the additional software, is that if you're sitting in a restaurant on the harbor and it'll send you a push message that says you've got 10 minutes left in your parking or 5 minutes left in your parking, and then gives you the option to go ahead and pay for more parking, pay for more time. So that's very convenient and very low cost to the city as an entry level, and that's one of the things that we would probably recommend for most locations. Obviously, for locations like the lower lot at the community center, it would require a fairly significant investment in terms of, because you can't really stripe and number gravel, so we'd have to go in and pave that lot. So each location is different. We've got some various locations around the city that obviously are existing locations, such as the Marler Street parking lot, the community center and the community center lower lot. There's a fairly significant amount of city-owned parking along Restaurant Row. There are a number of small pull-out spaces throughout Crystal Beach on Scenic 98. And then there's even some locations where we could add some additional parking, like on Seibert, where we have such a wide right-of-way that we have room for additional parking there. So it really kind of depends on what your intent would be with this parking plan and how you'd like to approach it, because we can do it any number of ways. And but the locations are fairly critical in terms of how we approach a paid parking system. Some of them lend themselves very well to one system, and some might lend themselves to others. So be open to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Marler.
Thank you, Mayor. The problem I see is the parking meters are going to pay for one thing: the enforcement officer that's going to be there to make sure that they're used. People will not use them if they're there, I think, because they've gotten customary to free parking. And I think our best solution is parking garages with public partnership, where you have a gate and an attendant and all that. Because that's just my thought, because I just don't, in a larger cities, you could get away with it. But again, who's going to be enforcing it? Because if somebody's going to have to be there to watch or to check every hour or whatever, like you said, the licenses, the parking space number, and I just don't see it being profitable for the city. I see it just paying for another enforcement officer to enforce the rules that we're sitting there. I mean, there's got to be other ways besides parking meters. Like I said, I think parking garages is still the best choice of action. That's my comment.
Mr. Foreman.
Well, I'm guilty of having brought it up once before, but it was mischaracterized as being about the Marler parking lot, and I hadn't said that. But here's what I think, is if you go down to the community center lower parking lot on any given day now, the lot is filled with people parking there. And if you look at the license plates, many of them are Okaloosa and surrounding areas, and they're probably workers who work at the different businesses and are down there for that reason. They need a place to park. If you go down Seibert on some days, over on the right-of-ways, you see vehicles parked on the side of the road there. We do have a problem in the parking, and that's not news. That's not going to hit the newspaper tomorrow. But the problem you've got is ultimately you have to have a system of dedicated parking in the city. A system, of dedicated parking in the city. Everything is dedicated. You don't have any places where you can just pull over and not be in somebody's territory. Now, how to do that, I guess, is what we're talking about here, is if you go space by space. Another idea is one-way streets on the north-south roads that are off of 98. You can do one-way streets there, have designated parking spots, and still have a lane to go that way. What I'm suggesting is we do need an innovative plan. We can't just say, and it's not the locals. Don't keep saying it's the locals that are going to get hurt by this. They're not. They don't park there, because I'm one of them. And I know that that's not the case. There are many people that come here that in a minimal parking fee to use the space that we identify, I don't think is unreasonable. Many cities do it, and they're not all large cities. And I think we need to at least take a look at a plan and try to arrive at some system that fits not only with parking, but with transportation in general. We're working on a transportation plan, but the transportation plan somewhat depends on parking. They go together. And until we do that, we're not gonna be comfortable with what we've got, with people using other people's parking lots. Talk about code enforcement issuing citations. We can argue that that's unreasonable also. But I favor at least doing what the recommended motion says and see what we come up with. Maybe there's something out there that we can do.
Do you want to go ahead and make the motion?
I'll do it. I'll face the firing squad later. I move that the city manager bring back a specific plan and recommendations for rolling out paid parking in the harbor and beach access areas of the city.
Second.
Who got the second in first, Dixon?
I don't know.
Chatham? Yeah, whoever goes last. We have a motion, we have a second, we'll begin discussion. Mr. Braden is first.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've got to do something on this issue, and I'm not sure what, where, or how. I know that there are businesses on the harbor that tell their employees not to park on their property, go park somewhere else because they've overbuilt and they don't have a place to park. So the employees they're parking somewhere, and I know a lot of them are parking, in these parking lots, and I really don't think it's fair, to hit them with make them pay to park there, because I know they don't get compensated for it by their employer. But we got to do something. Can we not, on these parking lots down on Cybert and Zerby, he's talking about we'd have to pave them. Can we not designate the parking spots by car blocks, number them? Is that not possible?
No, that's possible, and we could do that with a pay and display system, but it would probably require basically a pay station where you go get a ticket and go put it on your dash.
So we couldn't do that with the smartphone app you're talking about?
With a smartphone app, you have to basically identify the space, and if you can't number the space, there's no way to identify it.
Can't number the car block?
You might be able to number it on a car block or put up a post or something, but yeah, that'd be one, that's possible.
Okay.
I'd have to check with it and see if it would be acceptable to whatever company we looked at.
Thanks, that's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Dixon.
Thank you. I was kind of against especially the Marta Street parking originally, because basically it was July 4th, not this past one, but the one before that, and And I guess people hadn't discovered even there was a parking lot there, but I have noticed that parking lot has been extremely full over the summer, and I guess it may have just taken a little time, so I'm on board with this. I do agree with what Councilmember Braden said earlier, is that basically the people that did not provide enough parking for themselves are the reason that we're in the situation that we're in. And so, in my opinion, it's something that does need to be looked at. I'd like to see if there's a way that we could maybe, for Destin residents that maybe wanted to come in and buy a pass or something like that, kind of like we do with, used to do with the boat launch. Now the residents get a free boat launch. But what we do with the state park, if maybe we could come up with something for Destin residents that was a little less than the going rate, and that would be something that I would like to see. So with that, I am in favor of going forward with something like this.
Councilmember Morgan.
I think that's actually a great idea. Annual pass, if you will. Mr. Marlar said regarding a public-private partnership, I also agree with that. I do think part of that public-private partnership would be having the employees who do park on city property, which is the case with many, many, many businesses in the Harbor District, to pay for parking. Now, I don't want to pass this expense on to, unfairly pass it on to the employee, because at the end of the day, it is the business owner's problem. And so that is a tricky one, but again, I have difficulty with our public parking, and then like Mr. Foreman said, I've seen these parking lots in the summer. Marlar lot especially has been full, and a lot of them are Okaloosa County tags, and so you deduce that with the parking problems the property owners have on the harbor, and you get, well, their employees are parking there, so we have a public taxpayer-funded parking lot that is benefiting private businesses. It's not fair to some of the businesses that have been responsible enough to have enough parking. But I do think that this is a way to generate revenue to address our parking problem. But I do understand the hesitation of passing it on to the employees. I think responsible businesses would subsidize that. I would certainly hope they would, and if not, we're always hiring at our restaurants. I'll pay you $5. I would, as a business owner, I would feel like I would have an obligation to my employees to do that, especially the minimum wage employees that tend to occupy a lot of these restaurant positions. But they are really great jobs in the 100 days of summer. But so then, like Mr. Dixon said, maybe an annual pass would be good to give them a break. Between that and the Mid-Bay Bridge toll, I mean, they do have expenses to just work in Destin, and it is hard finding good help. The smartphone app, my only hesitation in that is, in the middle of the summer, I do have problems sending out text messages sometimes, or loading web pages, getting email, and it's because, AT&T, which I have, can't handle the traffic. And so between that, downloading an app for a tourist that doesn't already have it, I think would be really hard. And I think that you would see a failure in that system there. Also, my grandmother would kill me. It's almost discrimination against older people.
Your grandmother would.
Yeah, and she would be upset. And I do think we would get a lot of complaints from that, and I think it would drive the code enforcement people crazy. I mean, you don't want to. I mean, these people were well-intentioned. They just couldn't download the app or use it. So, I wouldn't. I don't think I would support the smartphone thing. I like the idea with putting a booth in the southwest corner. I think that's a good idea. And just one more thing for the council to consider and the staff to consider is, our parking problems. I'm not that familiar with that part of the harbor in the off-season, but I don't think it is an annual problem. November, December, January, February, it might be. Kyron would know better than I. Mr. Marlar would. So, for 100 days of summer to do paid parking, I think it's a good idea. I think it would engage in this public-private partnership, getting these employees to start paying, getting the employers to start paying into the system that the taxpayers funding. But then again, what happens at the end of the summer? Will those parking lots still be utilized? Maybe. I don't know.
I would add to that, I have not seen the numbers of what percentage of phones out there are actually smartphones. There are still manufacturing a lot of phones that are not smartphones. And I don't know what percentage of the population you would eliminate by having to have a system that required a smartphone.
Do you have a smartphone?
Still do. Can't use it, but I've got it. But I just agree that the smartphone is something that really need to be looked at before you want to leap into that.
I wanted to assure you, there is actually this mobile pay system. There is also an option to just dial up a number and do it by a telephone conversation. So folks that didn't have smartphones could also utilize the parking system.
Yeah, you can ask Webb. I might have even difficulty with that. One other point I might make is that every system has a learning curve. And we have a lot of folks that will be using these lots occasionally or periodically. I think there is some advantage to having the same system at every lot to reduce the amount of learning on behalf of the customer. Might be convenient for the city, but I'm not too sure it would be that convenient for the customer if he had a different system at 2 or 3 different lots. Excuse me, I jumped in front of Councilmember Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. That's the problem with going third. I hit the button, I think, last, and I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Dixon and Councilmember Morgan. The use of Marlar has increased. I've been watching it because we had this discussion probably right when we first got on the council, maybe second, third meeting I was in. This was probably in the spring before we really got into the 100 days of summer, and I echoed the sentiments. And Jim was saying, let's go with the Marlar, and everything. Well, it wasn't getting used. This summer has changed that. That thing was packed. It was packed. Now, that being said, I noticed just when school started last week, we went from an average, when people were parking there, now I've been paying attention the whole summer because I knew this was coming back, but it dropped off last week where you would park at around 11 or 12 in the afternoon. Before school started, the previous weeks, there'd be 40 or 50 cars. Most of the parking lot was full. This week, it's like a ghost town. Now, so we're going to roll this thing out with the understanding, I think, that if we use the Marlar, it's really not going to see massive use. I mean, we'll get a bump again in October when those schools in Kentucky and Tennessee go to their trimester, they get their fall break, and we go back to some summertime numbers again. But it is a mix. I know there's a lot of employees using it. I know there's some Dewey's employees using it. But I do know that the general public has discovered it as well. But I think I'm in favor of the smartphone, but as long as I don't really mind the kiosk getting a ticket and putting it back on your car. And I like Mr. Braden's idea of if we can figure out how to use the curb stop or a post, I think we'd be okay with the gravel lots. So that would help us implement it down. And also, I really do, I'm on the Bridge Authority. I have gotten more grief on that board than I've ever gotten with the city of Destin, which I think we have far more contentious issues, but I've been surprised. But that bridge toll, at the end of the day, most of the burden of that higher toll rate is being borne by the people who can least afford it. It's our folks who are coming to Destin to work at all of these businesses that are prospering and benefit us as a community from a tax base, from just people having jobs, all the reasons we all know. So I'm apprehensive to really want to beat up employees who are going to probably be shouldering at least some of this, and I do hope that we're going to have responsible business owners that will help subsidize that to a certain extent, but if they don't, I do know that searching out some sort of a local discount, some sort of a local pass, something to ease it up, because these guys are working minimum wage. A lot of times, even if they're not working minimum wage, they're working $10 an hour. You know, you throw the bridge toll and some pay for parking, they'll spend their first hour at their job trying to pay their transit costs, and that's just not fair to those folks. You know, those are the folks that are most vulnerable. We need to be looking out for them. So I'll yield to Mr. Foreman.
Cut the microphone on. As some of you know, I'm on the Okaloosa Transit Cooperative, okay? One of their major efforts is what they call park and ride. That's one thing. The other one is to set up areas where you could have the employees, say, come across the bridge or before the bridge or somewhere in there where they could park and they could carpool, or we could provide them a shuttle to their work at certain hours of the day, the early hours, the later hours, what have you. As I said at the beginning of my speech here, this is a coordinated plan. It's not a one-legged stool. You can't just have park without all the other things that go with it. And so what we're now looking at the city level is to find those locations where we want to put shuttle stops and where the businesses are that are going to need transportation from, say, those locations where they carpool. And there are a number of plans that are paid for the employees, that actually are paid programs, grants from the state that provide transportation for the employees. It's just a question of getting that plan in effect at our level and doing it. And you got to start somewhere. You got to start, if you have a parking plan, you also need a transportation plan. And you need those things together so that those people that are working here and those people that live here are taken care of. And that's one way to do it. For example, and I'll say this and then I'll shut up. The fact is, if an employee misses the shuttle under the state's program, they will pay for free transportation for that person to go home or wherever they have to go. They will give them a free voucher for a taxi or what have you. That's a program that's in effect now. And so these are the types of things that we need to get very familiar with. We need to know how to integrate them into the other forms of transportation, our automobile, what have you. Getting the seasonal business, for example, your condos, to use the shuttles to go to Harbor Walk or to the restaurants or what have you. And when you're talking about the smartphone, the shuttles will be equipped with GPSs. And in fact, someone at Harbor Walk can get on their smartphone and they can look at the schedule for a particular bus and shuttle, and then they can use that as opposed to trying to use their car. So there are a lot of these things. All I'm saying here is that we need to start somewhere, and we need to start somewhere and then expand on it as we get there. And I think it'll help us a lot.
Councilmember Marler.
Thank you, Mayor. Despite the fact that the naysayers of the crosswalks, who obviously had to slow down, I think one of the reasons the Marler Street parking is working now is the fact that we have that crosswalk there that gets them across the street, where you played, people you could call it Frogger or Death Race 2000 from my video game days, trying to get across Highway 98. That I think is helping. I think the crosswalks are helping a lot to use the north parking. The only other thing I had is, since it says in the recommended motion for rolling out paid parking in the harbor, I'm assuming that we will, I want to vote for this if we're going to at least explore the public-private partnership on parking garages. I can I can deal with that if that's going to be part of our exploratory rollout. Is that going to happen too, Mr. Schmidt?
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, either one.
Part of what we're looking at with the paid parking is a revenue stream to be able to create the parking garages. Even with a private-public partnership, the city will need to put some skin in the game. So we, at this point, do not have any dedicated revenue source for building a garage, even as a partnership. So the paid parking, we believe, will be able to be that new revenue stream.
Okay, that's where I'm coming from, although I think our skin in the game is the fact we have the land for 2 parking garages already. But, I mean, as long as we're trying to make it where we can get those parking garages, I could support this.
Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I support this. My one concern was doing it in the Marlar lot, which was paid for with taxpayer money. My original intention or thought was doing it in all those areas along Scenic 98 and sort of that L shape, the backward L shape of Restaurant Row, and leaving the main parking lot in Restaurant Row and the Marlar lot open and free to the public. But, I mean, I'm open to changing my mind because I do see the importance of creating a revenue stream, and really everywhere else I go, you're paying for parking every single place. In fact, I don't know how many of you have been to the Jersey Shore or any beach up in New Jersey. You have to buy a tag just to go on the beach as a person. I mean, you're literally paying to get on their beach. So really the fact that we don't charge for anything at all is a wonderful, wonderful thing, but it's not helping us provide the things we need to provide to keep up the infrastructure and meet the current needs of the city. I'm on board with the pay and display. I like the idea of a phone app, but if we're going to have a phone app, I think we need to have other options along with that, such as using a credit card and as well as perhaps cash. But I know a lot of people these days don't carry cash and aren't going to have quarters or nickels or dimes, so the ability to use a credit card, I think, is important. And that's my thought. Thank you.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, I think that probably by now we've given the city manager enough information to be able to come back with some recommendations, and I'd like to call the question here.
No further discussion. I call the question. Unanimous yes. Ball's in your court. Sorry, Mayor lost his agenda. Yes, US Highway 98, East Harbor Boulevard, resurfacing, restoration. You have another decision to make, Council.
Yes, Mayor. The Florida Department of Transportation is in the process of finalizing the design for the resurfacing, the restoration, and the rehabilitation known as the 3R project for the fiscal year 17-18 along Highway 98 from Airport Road to the Marlar Bridge. And FDOT has offered the city consideration of 3 possible lane striping plans. Option 1 is to restripe the roadway as it currently is, which is 2 12-foot lanes. Option 2 is to stripe it with 2 10-foot lanes and a 4-foot bicycle lane. And then option 3 is to stripe 1 10-foot lane and 1 14-foot shared use lane. The 3 options are attached as visuals for you, Exhibit A in the backup. FDOT has also provided a table outlining the pros and cons for each option. That's attached in your backup as Exhibit B. So at this point, if there's any questions, I do not have Mr. Campbell here, but I believe between Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Pietenpaul, they would be able to answer any technical questions that you have. And I believe that there's also a representative from FDOT. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have your name again. I apologize. Mr. Campbell is not here. He had an emergency, so if there's any questions for the FDOT representative, then he can answer those as well.
Excuse me. Councilmember Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I have the three options in front of us, or in front of me right now. I know we've got the 2 lanes, 12 and 12, that's option 1. Then we have option 2, which is a 10-foot and a 10-foot, and then a 4-foot bike lane. And then we have option 3, which is a 10-foot and then a 14-foot. The 14-footer, I think, is what we would place, what people call the slow lane, and then the 10-foot would be the passing lane. I know that's probably not, that's probably just what all lay folks call it, but that's kind of, since we don't have the graphic up. So out of all of these options, Ms. Lejeune, which one was the one that staff preferred?
Yes, sir. The staff preference would be the 2 10-foot lanes with the 4-foot bicycle lane. It is staff's opinion that the 10-foot lanes would cause the vehicle driver to feel more constricted on the roadway and would naturally slow down their speed, which I know that is a desire of the council for slower speeds along 98.
And does FDOT have a preference? He's coming up, so I think that means a yes. Okay, if you just tell us.
Sure. The FDOT's preference is for the 10-foot inside lane and the 14-foot outside lane. We discussed it with our bicycle and pedestrian experts in Tallahassee, and the reason for that is 10-foot lanes and a 4-foot bicycle lane, those are all the absolute minimums that are allowed nationally.
Right.
So your minimum travel lane for your vehicles, your minimum lane width for your bicycles as well, and so it's very constricted. And so if you think about it, if you're driving a vehicle and you have a white stripe here and you have a white stripe here, and there's a dedicated bike lane over here next to you, your perception is that you have the right to everything between those 2 white stripes.
Right.
So that whole 10 feet belongs to you. And so when we were talking to our bicycle expert in central office in Tallahassee, he told us that, if you have a 14-foot wide outside lane that's shared between bicycles and vehicles, the natural tendency of a vehicle then is to start just to shy away from bicycles as they pass them and actually provide a greater clearance distance between the vehicle and the bicycle. And so I think the things that we would be concerned about with a 10-foot lane adjacent to a 4-foot dedicated bike lane would be people not shying away from the bicycles and feeling like this is my lane and so I can drive basically anywhere from white stripe to white stripe. And so studies have shown that you get a greater separation between vehicles and bicycles with a 14-foot outside lane.
And I'm going to be quiet here in a minute, and I'm sure the other members of council have questions for you. Here's my biggest apprehension with going with the staff selected option, because I have driven over the last couple of years every day, twice a day, over the island, and the island has that dedicated bike lane, and the sheer amount of people that drift into the bike lane because they're playing on their phones or they're not paying attention is terrifying. And The only reason more people don't get splattered is because there's just not that many cyclists that are just doing the trek from Fort Walton to Destin. And the way the FDOT has just said, which is we're bumping up against minimums, 10 foot, 10 foot, and then 4 foot. You know, I have in my vivid memory all the J1 visa students that just do not understand that in the United States, we don't, as drivers, think that bicyclists are on the road, or we're just not worried about them. And they don't know how dangerous it is. And they get out there, and we've had a lot of traffic fatalities from people just hitting the poor J1 visa students. And I cannot imagine any sort of worse news being sent back home to parents in these other countries that their kid is dead because they were cycling. And putting cyclists on the road has always bothered me. It's not safe in my opinion. I know that they are there. I know that they can be there. I know that they have a right to be there, but that doesn't matter in the equation of physics when it happens. So I'm not a fan of putting cyclists on the road. If we put a dedicated area, I know that it would be striped correctly, but we're bumping up against the minimums, and I think I'd end up going with option 3, which is the 10-foot interior lane, 14-foot exterior lane. I just don't feel comfortable putting any sort of striping out there that would suggest to bicyclists or any of our J1 students that was a safe idea, because I just don't think it is in reality. So I'll yield.
Let me, for clarification, I noticed both 10-foot options has an X by them that does not meet minimum requirements for lane width.
They do not meet DOT's minimum criteria for lane width. So there are national standards that are set by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. And so these are national standards that are widely accepted by all agencies. And DOT has set forth additional standards for our state highway system. And so for the state highway system, our minimum lane width in this area would be 11 feet. So we meet the minimum national requirements for lane width, but we do not meet the minimum state FDOT. So we would actually be proposing a variation to our own criteria. And the reason for this is there's a relatively small percentage of trucks and large vehicles. It's mostly passenger cars. And we're trying to, I know that Council Member Destin indicated that he feels like it's unsafe for bicycles to travel, but they do have the right to travel. And so we try to provide as safe a way for them to travel on the road as we can. We recognize their right to be there, and we're trying to, you're going to have folks that are going to, if they're going to ride a bike, they're going to want to be on the roadway, and they're going to want to be part of traffic, and they have a right to be there. And so we're trying to make that experience for them as safe as possible. So really, currently you have two 12-foot lanes, and that's not enough room for a vehicle to pass a bicyclist who decides to ride on the road. So you're left with everybody having to get over into one single lane of traffic. In this case, with a 14-foot outside lane, we felt that has been established as the minimum width that a vehicle can safely pass a bicyclist in a single lane of traffic. And so that was why we went with that configuration, or we're recommending that configuration.
Is there potential future problems by not meeting the DOT's minimum? Would chance may come back later and say, no, you've got to restripe this and meet the minimums? Or
no, sir. We approve variations to our criteria all the time. It's a matter of engineering judgment based on specific site conditions. In this case, the posted speed limit down there is 35 miles an hour, and I would suggest that for 80% of the day it probably operates slower than that. So there's. Oh, I thought it was pretty jammed up, a good portion of
I think you're right. Councilmember Dixon?
I've only been down here 2 times, so I apologize. But so So for these specific site conditions, with the pedestrian-heavy atmosphere, you got a lot of traffic lights, a lot of stop and start, we didn't feel like it was an unsafe condition, just from an engineering perspective, to reduce the lane width to a 10-foot lane, and I don't think that's really our issue. We don't have an issue with the 10-foot lanes. I think our preference was to go with to not provide the dedicated bicycle lane that's striped for bicycles, mainly because national studies are showing that vehicles provide a wider clearance if they don't feel like they have the ownership of that entire 10-foot stripe lane to lane.
Councilmember Dixon?
One question I have is that, we have a multimodal system, and the fact that we're not putting a bike lane in here, I think may be going against what our multimodal function is. And so I don't know truly if it's considered a multimodal on the highway or what. Does any staff member maybe have an answer for something like that? I mean, because I do know that any improvements that we make and this may not include the highway, like I said, are supposed to have a bicycle lane. And, this 14-foot may be implying that, but it's certainly not saying it.
The project manager for the project is with me tonight, Ms. Noelle Warren. And Noelle, correct me if I'm wrong, are there signs proposed for shared, for? Yes, there will be signs proposed for shared use. Okay, so we're actually proposing to sign the corridor with signs saying that the lane should be shared with bicyclists. And I don't know if we've proposed the actual sharrows or not, the pavement markings. Okay, so
and then my next question would be, in the case of a traffic incident with a bicycle, I would think that I know you can't just run over people, but I would think that there would be some investigation as to whether or not a bicycle was traveling in a bicycle lane or if it had veered out into traffic. So, I don't know about that specific scenario either.
One of the things that we talked about with central office, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm not a member of the bicycle community yet. But I talked with expert at central office in Tallahassee who is a member of the bicycle community, and one of the things that folks in the bicycle community talk about is the ability to take the lane when they have to. And so they believe that there are certain times when it's to their safety benefit to actually move out into the travel lane and to take the full width of the travel lane to force people to go around them. And it's a safety issue for them, where they don't want to be put in a situation where they get squeezed and confined. And so I believe it happens often in urban environments. And so I think with a 14-foot lane, he indicated that there's not that it basically gives the bicyclist more freedom to take that lane when they feel like they need to. And really, I think the bicyclist has to look out for his or her own best interest. And if you have an experienced bicyclist out there, and the folks who are going to be riding on this road, like on the road itself, they're going to be fairly experienced bicyclists. And so not having the stripe there, in our expert's opinion, would give the bicyclist more freedom to move out and take that lane as necessary, as opposed to potentially clashing with motorists or local law enforcement or others who say, well, you're not in your dedicated bicycle lane, so what are you doing out here jamming up traffic? If the bicycle, acting in his or her own best interest, moves out in that lane when he has a dedicated bicycle lane right there, now you're putting yourself in a position where you're potentially ticking off other motorists, or you're maybe even conflicting with local law enforcement. And so the idea was that the 14-foot lane just gives the cyclist more options.
All right, and one more question, and I'm going to be done. If you're making off a side street, you're making a turn to where you've got to make a turn into that 10-foot lane. left-hand turn or whatever it may be, is 10 foot enough to where you're not going over into the 14-foot lane to make that curve, to make that turn?
Will your rear wheels will probably, I mean, you have to come through across the 14-foot lane to turn into the 10-foot lane.
No, you could come from a side road into the turn, to the 10-foot lane.
Into the
Yeah.
median?
Well, yes.
From the median?
Yes, but you could go across and.
Sure. I guess it probably depends on,
I mean, I'm sure a car would, but not a pickup truck or something,
a box truck or maybe a 18-wheeler if you get those.
18-wheeler for sure, but I'm talking about
But even a box truck, no, they're probably not going to be able to turn directly into the 10-foot lane depending on the geometry. But trucks have special maneuvering conditions in downtown areas anyway. I don't know if a truck would even fits into a 12-foot lane. It all kind of depends on the geometric conditions and how smooth that curve is leading into that lane. If you have a real sharp curve, then they have to kind of swing out pretty wide to make that sharp curve. If you have a nice smooth transition, then they can swing into anything without overhanging.
Councilmember Marler.
What are the average widths, I hope you may be able to answer this, of the normal passenger vehicles, SUVs, stuff like that, and then versus an 18-wheeler?
I'm going a little bit off of memory. I believe a passenger car, the standard width is 7 feet.
Okay.
And I believe that a box truck is, I'm going to say 8 or 9 feet. So you're getting down, so we would not feel comfortable going to anything less than 10. 10 is our absolute minimum. And so.
Okay. And the other question I had, and I was looking around the room to get perspective so that the other council members see. If you look at the sound deadening panels back there and also the plywood behind us, you're looking at roughly about 4 feet. Then if you look at the windows, you're looking at roughly 2 feet, maybe a hair or less. But so if I were a bicyclist and I had the room, 4 feet certainly gives me enough room between those two cars, between another vehicle, that I'm not afraid to ride my bicycle on Highway 98. And that little thin 2 foot, I would be scared. And because what I'm looking at is if you're saying 14 foot, you're keeping the 12-foot lane and you're only giving the bicyclist 2 foot. So I know on Kelly Street, it was discussed, and I think we did do this. We went from 11 feet to 10.5 feet as a traffic calming situation on Kelly Street. And it works when there's a lot of heavy traffic. It doesn't work in the middle of the night when they just race through, but it does work most of the time. I mean, is there any consideration of like 10.5 feet, 11 feet, something like that versus 10 feet? I mean, it seems like we're right on the 10 foot, 4 foot, or 12 foot.
So we actually bounced around several options internally. We kind of brought you what we have vetted internally as maybe the 3 best options. And so you kind of wind up at a point where the minimum bike lane width is 4 feet. So if you're going to have a dedicated bicycle lane, it has to be 4 feet. That's the minimum. And so you only have 24 feet of asphalt. So all that leaves you with is 10 and 10. Because we're not going to go less than the 10-foot lanes. So then currently out there you've got 12 and 12, and that was the standard for years and years and years. It's only been recently that DOT's decided that 11-foot lanes are allowable on lower speed roadways. So 12-foot and 12-foot has always been for years and years and years the DOT standard pavement width. And then as far as going to the 10 and 14, there is guidance in our I guess you call it our design manual, that a wide outside curb lane is acceptable as a bicycle facility in areas where you cannot physically fit a dedicated bicycle lane. And so, I think if you went to a 10.5 foot lanes, 2 10.5 foot lanes, that'd leave you with 3 foot left over. And so that's not wide enough to serve as a dedicated bicycle lane. So we looked at options. We looked at an option of 11 and 13, but that's not wide enough for a vehicle to pass a bicycle. So we did look at other options, but we felt like these were the three viable options that we're bringing to you.
Okay, my only other question was, I believe one of the reasons that we were doing this to begin with was to give us more sidewalk, which under our multimodal plan would mean that the bicycle could also go on the sidewalk as well as the highway. So that is the quandrum I'm trying to figure out here. If we're trying to get more sidewalk for multimodal, then what do we need the bicycle lane for to begin with?
So as part of this project, I think we are increasing the sidewalk width in certain places where it's possible to do so. Is that okay? So we are increasing the sidewalk width in certain areas where we have the right-of-way available and the ability to do so without major impacts. But the main purpose of this particular project is the preservation of the roadway of Highway 98 itself and resurfacing the pavement. The pavement's in poor condition and it needs to be resurfaced. And so we're not talking as part of this project about moving any curb lines. So wherever the curb line sits today, the curb line is going to sit at the end of this project. We're not, so that was never a consideration because it doesn't really fit in with the, I guess you would call the mission of this. This program, this pot of money is dedicated for preservation of the system. And so in this case, the asphalt's in poor condition. The asphalt needs to be resurfaced. And so while we're out here, we look and we see if we can make any necessary safety upgrades. But adjusting the curb line and moving it in by 4 feet is a hefty expense and falls outside of the mission of this particular resurfacing program.
So we're not talking about the outer portion of the curb line, but what about the median? I thought we were going to reduce the size of the median. That was part of the other reason to give us more sidewalk and possibly more lane area, reducing the median size. Or I don't want to end up with what we called suicide lanes like Eglin Parkway in Fort Walton.
No, I don't think we're going to do that, but Noel, have we talked about reducing the median width as part of this project?
We've not talked about reducing that now.
I don't think we've talked about it, but even still, you're talking about a pretty significant cost, and so you know the whole mission of this particular program, the resurfacing program, I'll call it, is preserve the existing system and make necessary safety upgrades. And so certainly the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians is important to the department, and I'm not going to minimize that in any way. But adjusting curb lines in the median is a very expensive venture. And so we're looking at ways that we can provide for pedestrian and bicyclist safety kind of within the confines of what's constructed right now.
Then my suggestion is still the same one we've had before, lower the speed limit. That's all.
That we do have a request, at least for part of this area, to reduce the speed limit from 35 to 25 that your department has just received. Would that have any effect on your thinking of how these lanes should be structured?
I would probably still not want to go any smaller than 10-foot lanes. It probably wouldn't affect my thinking, but we're here asking for the city's input. We wouldn't be here if we didn't value your input and your buy-in as part of this process. The city's been partners with us since the project kicked off, and so whatever the city council decides to do, we will take that into full consideration as we go forward and make our decision. It probably would not affect my decision. As a professional engineer, I feel like I've kind of thought about it, and I've contacted people who I trust and feel like are experts in the field, and I'm coming to you and I'm telling you what my professional recommendation is. But y'all live here, this is your city, and so I would encourage you to, to make a choice based on what you think is the best for your city.
Was there any discussion, or would it even be feasible, and as you're talking about 18-wheelers are approaching the 10-foot width, to limit large trucks to the outside lane, to the 14-foot lane?
I think it's a discussion that we could have. Obviously, delivery trucks still have to be able to get to and from where they're going. I don't think you have a lot of the really big trucks coming through downtown Destin. My guess is that the biggest truck you probably get is about like a beverage truck that, delivering Coke.
We get everything.
Every day.
Okay. Okay. And so it's something that we could look at, of limiting 18-wheelers to the outside lane. It's just something that we would have to look at. We'd have to talk about it internally and what are the pros and cons of that. I didn't really prepare for that tonight.
Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to agree with Councilmember Destin. First, I thought, you'd want to designate the lanes 10, 10, and 4, but I don't want to encourage bicyclists to get on what we call Bloody 98 by giving them a dedicated lane. Because I've personally witnessed 4 people being run over on bicycles on 98. One was just weekend before last. And 3 out of the 4 they were traveling eastbound in the westbound lane, but they were on the sidewalk. And it was weekend before last was there at Main Street, 98. Little girl going somewhere eastbound and got run over. But anyway, I'd have to go with the 10 and the 14 as a, now, like I say, because I just don't want to give somebody a designated bike lane to encourage them to get out there on it. That's my thoughts.
To move this along, Mr. Destin, would you like to make that in a form of a motion? And
Sure,
and
and
we'll
then
discuss
and
a
then we'll open
specific
for
motion?
discussion. You can, yeah, I'll go ahead and move that. If I'm,
We're doing discussion without a motion.
yeah. Hold on. I move that the city council provide their preference to FDOT of option number, can somebody scroll that one down up there to tell me? Option 3, for the restriping of US 98 in the upcoming resurfacing, restoration, and rehabilitation project scheduled for fiscal year 17-18.
Second. Have a motion, second, discussion. Mr. Morgan?
What's so funny?
Preble's about to have a commission.
Oh, okay. One of my, big desires is to slow down the speeds on 98. The 10-foot lanes, I think, would achieve that. On the other hand, I'm conflicted, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in Destin that's a member of the bicycle community because it's just not a place to ride bikes. It is not a bike-friendly city. I have a wonderful employee from Ukraine, and she'd walk to work about 2 miles every day. And I asked her, I said, well, why don't you get a bike? She said, well, I've been hit 3 times. She said, you people are crazy. And, valid point, well taken. So to encourage bikers, I just, we're not there yet with our multimodal plan, with the curb changes, but even with option number 3, there's going to be signage for bicyclists. Was that what I heard?
Yeah, it'll be for a shared use lane.
Oh.
Designated shared use lane.
Yeah. all progressive happening cities that are doing really well are doing everything they can to encourage people to get out of their cars, and I really, really want Destin to follow suit, but I'm concerned about the safety. I love the idea of 2 10-foot lanes, I really, really do. But the public's, the safety issue, they call it Bloody 98, it's very dangerous. And to get people on a bike, you have to be, I say it up here all the time, you have to be crazy to even walk on 98, on a sidewalk. So, I don't know, Preble?
Councilmember Foreman.
Well, there were two concerns that I had. One is more important than the other, and that's the lighting, I guess, has some effect. We're talking probably with the idea that your streets are lighted very well at night, and I think bicycles probably have a problem with lighting themselves so that you can't see them, and they get run over. And the other thing is, at least I think with your 14-foot lane, I mean, it's conceivable that you would have 2 bicycles going in opposite directions. They're not always going in the same direction, so that would give you some maneuverability. I don't know whether this makes any sense or not, but
When a bicyclist is riding on the roadway, they have to follow all the same traffic laws that you do in
Right.
your car. So
Right.
if they're riding in the roadway, coming the opposite direction, they're violating
no,
the law.
no. On your 14-foot lane,
Yes, sir.
you anticipate a shared lane, right?
With bicycles and cars both riding in the same direction.
Okay, but suppose you have a bicycle coming the other way, they don't have a lane.
They'll be on the other side of the road.
Yes, so they're coming, they don't have a dedicated lane.
It'll be 14 feet on the other side of the
Huh?
road. So 10 and 14, the 10-foot and the 14-foot
Right.
that's eastbound. And so then you have the same thing going westbound also.
Okay, so you have some signage or something that says that?
No, sir. No, sir, we don't, usually, so if we have a dedicated bicycle lane, there's a bicycle marking in the lane
Right.
with an arrow pointing the direction of travel. With a wide outside lane, we don't indicate to the bicyclist that they're supposed to indicate in the direction of traffic. It's state law, and they're expected to follow all the same laws as vehicular traffic. They stop at stop signs, they stop at red lights, and they ride eastbound in the eastbound lanes and westbound in the westbound lanes.
Okay, so I may be belaboring this, and I don't understand it. If you're going down the right-hand lane, as we see it on the diagram up there, and it's got a 14-foot width to it, and you've got room for a bicycle to go in that same direction, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The guy that's coming wants to go the other direction, except he has to go around the world to get there. If it's the 10-foot lane, there's no special space for him to go in that direction.
This is a mirror image on the other side.
Both lanes are headed in the same direction.
I know that. But where does the guy that wants to go in the opposite direction go? Oh, you're going to have 14-foot where it says 10?
Yes, on the opposite side of the road.
Oh,
it'll just be
okay.
flipped over.
It's the diagram. That was my question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I understand that part.
Yes, so on the opposite side of the road, it's just flipped.
You're going to have the same thing?
Yes, sir, so it's always 14 on the outside
Okay.
and 10 foot close to the
All right,
median.
I got it.
Councilmember Ramswell.
Thank you. So earlier you were talking about your design manual. Is that the green book?
The green book is for local roads, cities and counties. For DOT state highways, we use the plans preparation manual.
Okay, because I have a bad habit of researching everything. And what I found was that the actual green book, the ASHTO, which I'm sure is, you know what it is, but
AASHTO.
essentially this is a guidebook written by the Federal Highway Patrol, right? As the guides for the best design of lanes and.
That is correct.
Essentially what they say is the advisable widths are 10 to 12 feet for collectors and 9 to 12 feet for local. And I thought, oh, well, that's really interesting. And so then I went and looked at the Federal Highway Administration, and they actually have similar recommendations. In fact, they say that 10-foot lanes are not only adequate, they actually have advantages. And I think one of the things that I'm going to echo that we've already heard up here is I don't know that we're going to encourage any more bicyclists out on the road, no matter whether we do a 4-foot or have the 14-foot mixed use. And I don't know that that's something we want to encourage. Personally, when I hear the 14-foot and I hear mixed use, I'm picturing, like I've seen it, and it works well in some communities, is car, bike, car, bike, and they're all sharing essentially the same lane. And I just cannot see that working here. I'd love to, and maybe, as Councilman Morgan said, we might be getting to that point. But then in further research, I've looked at the Florida Highway Patrol page, and they have a link to a DOT page that recommends different speeds and lanes, et cetera. And it actually says that lane widths of 10 feet result in a reduction of speed of 6.6 miles per hour, which is something that we've all been really looking at up here. And as you heard Councilman Marlar say, we've put in for the reduction in speed limit. Well, if we can reduce it to 10 and it's not illegal, in fact, you said yourself that it's your absolute minimum, that if it's going to reduce our speeds by 6.6 miles per hour, I think that's a great step in the right direction. And then my next thought is, if we don't want to do a bike lane or a mixed use right now because we're concerned about the safety, could we not do a 10-foot and a 10-foot with a 2-foot buffer on either side so we get the effect of the narrower lanes?
So it's DOT's policy to provide for bicyclists to the greatest extent feasible.
Mhm.
And so our I guess mission, our vision as an agency and kind of where we're going is to try to the best that we can to provide bicycle facilities where the ability to provide those facilities exists. And so if we're going to go to 10-foot travel lanes, we would want to put a dedicated bicycle lane there and provide that a dedicated bicycle lane for those few individuals who decide they do want to bicycle down Highway 98 through downtown Destin.
Now, how would that bicycle, if we went with 10, 10, and 4, how would that bicycle lane be marked? Could we do what amongst a group of folks, including myself, we call drunk bumps, which are the raised little bumps that when you hit them go boom, 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 and they make you aware? Is that something we could do to increase safety?
I don't think we would encourage that in a downtown urban area like Destin because they also create noise. And so, in fact, it's the kind of thing that people in rural communities complain about because of the noise pollution. And I just don't think it would be appropriate for a downtown urban area. We don't normally see them in downtown areas. Typically, we see them in rural applications, rural high-speed applications.
What if we went with the 10-10 but agreed to expand the sidewalk on either side to include bikes?
And so as part of, so I think from DOT's perspective, though, that would be a separate project that would come further down the road. And so I don't know that it's 100% out of the question. It's just not, I don't think, part of this project. This project, we're not going to be moving the curb lines on the outside or the inside, but if you're talking about wanting some long-term, having some long-term vision of moving this curb line and widening your sidewalks and reducing your median width, then that's the type of thing that would have to go through the probably be prioritized. I'm not 100% how TPO works, but basically be prioritized by your city and by your TPO and make it onto DOT's priority list.
So with the 10, 10, and 4, would you essentially then just separate the main motor vehicle lane from the bike lane via just like a white stripe or a yellow stripe of some
A
sort?
6-inch white stripe.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Destin?
I know I've already made my motion, it's been seconded, but can the staff explain to me some of the policy arguments why they supported option 2? I like to support staff when I can. I'm just worried about the pedestrians. That's real, or no, I'm sorry, I'm worried about the cyclists. So I know you guys had mentioned, or Ms. Lejeune had mentioned that number 2 was supported, but I'd like to hear the reasons before we go any further.
Yes. In the backup that was provided by Mr. Campbell, specifically on page 2 of the cover sheet, to answer Councilmember Dixon's question, both options 2 and 3 are consistent with the city's multimodal policy and the FDOT Complete Streets policy by providing for cyclists to share the street with motorists. So both of those, options 2 and 3, would be acceptable to both the city, multimodal, and FDOT. The reason that staff had recommended the 10-foot lane is because we believe 10-foot lanes have a calming effect on traffic, which will reduce the motorist speeds. And then while a 14-foot shared lane in option 3 may be safer for cyclists, according to their studies, we believe that it could have the effect of increased speeds for the motorists, because if they have a wider lane, they will feel less restricted and the ability to increase their speed if the traffic allows for it. Another thing that David didn't put in the report, but had occurred to me, because I've seen this actually in places like New York. It happens. When you have a wider lane, you have 14 feet and you have 7-foot cars, sometimes they think that there's now a third lane. And two cars will try to go down the 14-foot lane. But again, that's a personal observation upon my end. I have no data to support that. So that was the thinking from what we have in the backup in the conclusion. That was our thinking for recommending the 10-10 with the 4-foot bicycle lane. And I do believe, though, with the striping, there's also going to be markings that show that image of the cyclist with the arrow.
That is correct. If we do 10, 10, and a 4-foot bike lane, there will be images of a cyclist with the arrow indicating the direction of travel.
Okay.
Councilmember Braden?
I was just curious, does the Sheriff's Department have any input on this?
When Mr. Campbell talked with me about it, what I discussed with him, the biggest complaint has been speed on Harbor Boulevard. And the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit is probably the correct speed for Harbor Boulevard. The problem is that people are going to drive at what they're comfortable, and that means people now are driving 45 or 50. By reducing the lanes down to 10 foot, just like the studies have shown, people are going to be less likely to exceed the speed limit if the lane is narrower. Most of our bicycle interaction is where the bicyclists are riding against the flow of traffic on the sidewalk. And what's occurring then is you got drivers that are looking to their left, and you got bicyclists that are coming to the right, which causes a conflict because the vehicle, although he's supposed to look both directions, he's looking for where the car's coming. and it's causing that conflict on the sidewalk, which is where the majority of our bicycle crashes have occurred, where they're riding on the sidewalks.
Thank you. I think with that said, I want to rescind my second on that motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. Do I need to?
Well,
Would you
no,
like, you want to withdraw your
correct
motion and
proce-
wait for a second?
Well, the motion would stand with a lack of a second, so then it would be appropriate for the chair to ask if there was another second to the motion. If not, the motion dies, and there wouldn't be a need for a substitute.
Is there another second to Mr. Destin's motion to support the DOT recommendation?
But that was for option 3.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you can.
As
just
there
go ahead
is
and
no
make another
second,
motion.
is there another motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the city council provide their preference to FDOT of option 2 for the restriping of US Highway 98 and the upcoming resurfacing, restoration, and rehabilitation project scheduled for fiscal year 17-18.
I'll second the motion, Mayor.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? No further.
I do have a question. I do have one question. All right, I have a question. Here's the thing about what was less than a year ago, FDOT comes to us and they wanted our recommendation. We had a bunch of recommendations, including turn lanes and all this stuff. Now, what you're saying, though, is we're not going to do anything except resurface what's there now. We're not going to make any extra turn lanes, which was the recommendations that we had before, which would require moving curbs and stuff, because there was a talk about making a turn lane, a right-hand turn lane into Harbor Walk and Emerald Grand off of, right at Stallman. Also a talk of a right-hand turn lane turning on to Stallman. And now that's confusing me, because now we're just going to asphalt the road and that's it, and we're just deciding where we're going to put the stripes.
We are doing some improvements like that. We're looking at a turn lane going into the condominiums. We're looking at doing a median turn lane into the Chick-fil-A. So we are doing more than just resurfacing, but I think what Mr. Fowler's talking about is actually like moving the curb line in for the entire length of the project. We're doing it in select locations for turn lanes and where we have the right of way.
Because that's not the way I was understanding it back when we talked about this over a year ago. So that's where I'm confused at, but it is what it is.
No further discussion, we'll call the question. Five yes, 2 no. Now we're down to the ready-mix concrete batch plant, 820 Beach Drive, budget amendment. And we don't have a motion on that, do we? I mean, we don't have a, this goes straight to Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, sir, that's correct. The first Phase 1 environmental site assessment was conducted to determine if there was a presence of hazardous substance on the site. And the Biome Consulting Group through Jenkins Engineering, they concluded that there is no evidence of recognized environmental conditions in connection with the property. The work that they performed is a fee of $2,500. We do not have this as a budgeted item. However, there is money available in the city manager's contingency line item. So what we need is a motion for city council to authorize payment in that amount from that contingency account and to allow us to make the appropriate budget amendment. And if you have any specific questions regarding the engineering report, there was a link provided where you could read the entire report, and I do have Mr. Paul here who can talk to some of the items of that.
Yes, please, make a motion.
All right, I move that City Council authorize payment to Jenkins Engineering, Inc. in the amount of $2,500 for Phase 1 environmental site assessment for 820 Beach Drive from the city manager's contingency account and make the appropriate budget amendment.
Second.
I have a motion, second, discussion. I see no discussion. I'll call the vote. Unanimous, yes. Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, sir. The next item is I am requesting confirmation to hire Ms. Karen Hayes as our new Community Development Director. On your cover sheet, there's a list of her credentials. We interviewed 5 finalists out of 21 individuals that applied for this. I feel that Ms. Hayes is going to be an excellent addition to city staff, and her resume is also there for you to review, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Question, Mr. Foreman?
Yeah. I'm sure you did reference checks,
Yes, sir, we did.
okay, and they were all good.
Yes, sir, they all came back excellent.
Okay. No further questions.
Any further discussion?
Is there a motion to be made?
Well, we're just looking for confirmation.
You have my confirmation, go ahead.
She sounds great, like a wonderful addition.
Okay, I'm gonna actually probably formalize it in a motion, that way we'll just get it rock solid. So I moved to confirm City of Destin Community Development Director position for Miss Karen Haynes.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, discussion. I see no discussion, call for the vote. Unanimous, yes. Ms. Lejeune?
The next item is the quarterly financial and investment report. A short summary has been provided on the agenda item cover sheet, and Mr. Bragg Farmer, our finance director, is here to answer any questions regarding that report.
Motion to approve?
No motion.
No motions required, just do you have questions? I see no questions. Final item, Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, the final item, I will be attending the Florida League of Cities Conference towards the end of this week. Previously, with my employment through the City of Boynton Beach, I was appointed to the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Policy Committee for the Florida League of Cities. It appears that I am still listed as a registered member of that committee. However, I would like the council's permission to inform the League of Cities that I would be remaining on that committee representing the city of Destin rather than the city of Boynton Beach.
Do you need a motion for that?
Sure.
Make the motion for just that.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I see no discussion on my board. Calling for the vote.
Come on, Jim.
Mr. Foreman, you have to vote. The suspense is killing us. Unanimous, yes.
So it is written, so it shall be done.
Let's see, comments from the public.
Anybody want to talk? Oh, got one.
Ms. Lejeune, was that all from you?
Yes, yes, sir, it was, thank you.
Got you off kind of quick.
Hi, my name's Brandon Brooks, 102 Harbor Boulevard. I manage Donna Marlar's property. Just trying to get some clarification on this first reading of 16-19 LC. I don't know if see any details on here, what all this entails. It says mobile vending. Is this food trucks are going to disappear? Anybody? I mean, is there anything that defines this mobile vending?
It's a moratorium for 6 months. Oh,
We're unclear as a property and a direction and a vision I'm trying to put on the property for what is mobile vending.
Well, the
Specifically?
code has definitions for mobile vending, and if I could just find the ordinance. The ordinance is, I don't know if you have a copy there in front of you.
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Which one was it, 14?
I'm only talking about this because a lot of this is about our property, so.
It would include all mobile vendors, which is any vendor that vends from other than a fixed location. And it also includes what we call mobile kiosks, which are wheeled kiosks that also operate down in the harbor and are capable of being wheeled away within 24 hours. So it would include all food trucks. It would include any kind of a conveyance from which vending is performed. So, and that's only for new ones that are currently not permitted. That's 6 months, and I would expect that there will be one or more workshops before the city council to talk about potential standards for the regulation of mobile vendors. Okay? Hope that helps.
Kinda. Is this for all the properties down there? These will be for, okay.
It's for all the properties in the harbor redevelopment area, which is all the properties that are on Destin Harbor, on the north shore of Destin Harbor.
If the harbor master is assigned, is this going to be his responsibility to work with the properties to get everything in compliance? Because I really could use that. I think that there's been no vision for kind of what we think we're just kind of jumping in the mix with on the left side and the right side of what's going on. So I just figured we would get in the game somehow.
Well, this is a policy-making effort, so you're welcome to participate in that effort.
Okay, just looking for some direction on this issue. I know it's give you guys a lot of heartburn. And, okay, a couple more things. The special events, does firework night, parade day, rock the docks, does that constitute a special event? Because it is the same thing, and from what my eyes being down in the harbor, as a seafood festival, as not as on the scale, but you get up at my point. The art fest and the fishing rodeo. I mean, those are all special events, and other properties do play up those nights, and I would like to do the same as well. So is firework night, is parade day, is Rock the Docks concert night constitute a special event? This goes back to what Mr. Marlar said. What's a special event? And if I need to host some special events on my property, I probably need to look into that. so I can participate in some of these mobile vending and having people come out and sell their wares.
If it's something for which a general special event permit is issued, then it will not be covered by the moratorium, okay? So, but you just can't go out there and hold your own special event without any permit and expect for it to be exempt. It has to be approved by the city as a special event.
Is firework night,
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but you're going to have to explore that with city staff.
Okay. Just an idea to come back to the permitting of these unlicensed vendors. If we were able to get a permit for these vendors for this 90 days and be able to put either a tax on them for this 90 days for doing business at the harbor or a lofty permit fee to generate income for the city, I'm talking sizable, to do business on the harbor. If someone paid a $500 permit fee for those 90 days, 500 times some of those vendors sure would generate a lot of income for the city just for 90 days. So just a thought on the way the city could make some revenue off of us.
My comment there is that the costs would have to bear a reasonable relationship to the city's cost of actually administering the program.
I just hear a lot about revenue. I just hear about parking revenue. How can we generate revenue? I mean, if these people are going to come out and sell their wares, then that's fine. Gives there a temporary permit for 90 days, and you pay a hefty permit fee and maybe a tax also to do business on the harbor. This came up in the pontoon meeting the other day. I thought it was a really good point at the CRA pontoon meeting, how it's possible that these pontoon boats would pay a premium to do business on the harbor. I mean, those guys from the previous conversation, they make that money up in no time. And I think it's a way that we could capture some more revenue from people wanting to do business on the harbor specifically, because there's so much commerce at stake. You know, I don't think anyone would have a problem paying a tax or a sizable permit fee. Even the kiosk that are there, even any kiosk on my property. If you're going to do business on the harbor, it's going to cost you. And I think that's it for now, but I would love to see that workshop and be a part of the solution. I know that I just kind of threw that up there this year, and I'd like to do better next season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Moore, representing Howard Group. A quick question and maybe a comment depending on the answer to the question. Based on the discussion about the lane striping and the resurfacing project, after the Canaan process and the US 98 issue became part of that, because not because it was intended to, but because they realized it was such a huge issue, there was talk about requesting from FDOT, the TPO, whatever the process is, to do a real restructuring of US 98 through Destin. And so is that still in the works? I think the city was supposed to submit a request to FDOT for a feasibility study or something like that. Anyone? Whoever. However it needs to get there.
You need to direct it to the mayor, and the mayor will...
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I just want to do that because when you, in public audience, you need to direct everything to the mayor.
Perfect.
I do have Mr. Schmidt that can speak to that.
Yes, we basically did request, we had some conversations with DOT about that, and we're very interested in trying to get that done. Basically, we ran up against time constraints. The 3R project, the money's available, they've got to build it within 2 years. We didn't have time to basically get the proper approvals, get a funding source, get the plans designed and that sort of thing to do a very extensive relocation of a lot of curb and gutter and lane. And so it's still our ultimate goal in a streetscaping of 98 through the Harbor District. But it's not something that was going to be feasible this time. So we hope that in the future we can create the plan and find some funding to do that.
So it's our strong recommendation, as it was back then, to pursue that now. As you probably all know, projects through FDOT and any roadway project, really, for the most part, take years and years and years to come to fruition. So we understood, and it was clear from FDOT there was, and the city, there was no way to get it into the resurfacing project. We also had subsequent discussion with FDOT, and they said it is fairly common for them to go in and do a resurfacing project, and shortly thereafter do a restructuring project where all of that concrete gets ripped out. It's not anybody's preference, but this is a big enough need for the city that we just strongly encourage you to pursue that. Go ahead and get it in the works, make a request from FDOT to start whatever the process is, a feasibility study or whatever it is, because it'll take years and years to play out.
Let me comment on that right quick. The process that you're talking about is through the TPO. And it's not now on the cost feasible list at all. And then we are talking 2035, 2040. And so it would have to go on to the list as cost feasible at some point in time to even be within a 10-year time frame.
That's our point. You need to start that process, because I'll tell you what, the construction of US 98 widening was on 2024 to 2030 for funding, and we lobbied for it and got it pushed up. But even if you don't, you want it to happen at some point, and every year that ticks off of that, where it's not in the works at some stage, is another year gone. So that's just our recommendation, to make the request to the FDOT, TPO, whatever the appropriate thing is to start that process. Because I think you saw from the discussion tonight, you're severely limited with what you want to do and what you need to do with what you've got out there today. So a restructuring project would be really, really critical to really solve our problems here in Destin. So that's just our recommendation. Submit the request.
Any further discussion? We're adjourned.